speaker and the moderator. The attendees shall only hear the speaker during his or her presentation. The video of all participants shall remain off during the entire presentation. Participants promoted as panelists may refer to the next one. The video of all panelists, except the speaker and assigned panelists for live discussion, shall remain off unless he notifies as permission from the moderator or host through chat box. Once permitted, he or she can switch video, audio on and off, and switch off later. Webinar house rule number 3 for the question and answer. Participants shall raise question through the Q&A button only, found below the screen, and will be discussed during the live discussion or at the Q&A portion. Participants may also use raise hand during the presentation and Q&A portion. The speaker may or may not entertain his or her question. In addition to the pre-selected 3 to 5 or as many as the time allows, questions raised in the Q&A button. Host will unmute or mute his or her audio afterwards. Note that we will only entertain questions related to the current topic. Otherwise, we'll be advised to reserve the questions during the Q&A portion. Other questions may be sent directly to the speaker's email and will be addressed later. Webinar house rule number 4 for the assessment and feedback. A poll or evaluation and post-test must be answered by all participants as proof of their attendance. The following poll shall be answered by the participant and should acquire an overall score of at least 70%. Speaker and program evaluation, 10%. Test questions, 5 per topics, 15 items, 90%. Overall score is equal to 10 plus point time of 5 over 15 times 50 plus 50 equals 70%. Post-assessment, event and speaker evaluation shall be submitted before leaving the webinar. Participants who fail to submit any one of the above will not receive certificate of participation. Only one certificate of participation or attendance containing all successfully passed post-assessment tests, attended webinar sessions will be given at the last day of the webinar or upon availability of the PRC CPD accreditation number and shall be emailed to the participant. PRC CPD accreditation post-assessment tests carried out per webinar session shall not be the accumulated score acquired from all post-assessment tests. For example, Juan de la Cruz obtained failing scores on the 3rd day. His certificate will contain 3/4 successfully attended webinar and entitled for CPD approved for 3 sessions only. For the assessment and feedback, poll or post-assessment duration, program evaluation, 6 items. You are given 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Speaker evaluation, 7 items, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Post-assessment part 1, with, containing 10 items, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Post-assessment part 2, 5 items, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Webinar house rule number 5, the last one, copy of the presentation. Participants will receive the copy of the presentations by email after 3 days of each webinar session. The lecturer speaker may wish not to share important documents or videos such as standards licensed to him or her only. That will be all. And welcome to our second day of webinar series for ACI certification.
Yes, thank you, Engineer Ronaldo. To continue on our program, to give the opening remarks and introduction to our panelists, monitor, and speaker, please welcome Engineer Joseph, Patrick, and Prasad.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. To our resource speaker, Engineer Art Alon, our CPD monitor, our PIC Bahrain BODs and committee members, participants from Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Singapore, and from the Philippines, who are with us this afternoon and this evening to some areas. Welcome to the second Friday of the webinar series entitled International Certification Program for Quality and Durable Concrete. We are delighted to have you all present this afternoon or this evening as we move forward to the next topic, which is aggregate and soil-based testing. As shared in the previous webinar, it is our hope that we all learn and again actively participate in today's webinar. It is my belief that there is no time nor age limit to learning. So it is our hope that there will be more Filipino engineers who will aim to be certified by ACI. Thank you and again welcome to today's webinar. Now, to introduce the panelists, actually our panelists will be coming from among our PIC Bahrain Board of Directors and Officers, and among them will be Engineer Ezekiel Valencia and Engineer William Conejos. Our CPD monitor is the founding president of the UAP Bahrain chapter, Architect Roberto A. Fabros Jr. And of course, please welcome our technical speaker, Engineer Artemio R. P. Talon. Thank you. Up to you, Ma'am Grace.
Thank you po, Mr. Patrick. Yes. Engineer Art,
Yes.
our speaker, are you ready?
Then, wait lang po. Naman. Ako na ba? Ma'am Grace,
Yes,
ako na ba? Okay, so i-share ko na lang yung screen ko. Sir Gilbert, hindi ko siya ma-share. Most disabled attendee screen sharing.
Patry ko ulit, sir. Yeah, enable. Sorry po.
Okay na po. Ayan, so medyo na-late po ako dahil nagpa-exam po ako ng aggregate.
Delay ngayon eh, parang delay.
Hello, Sir Gilbert. Okay ba yung sound?
Okay po, okay na po.
Okay. Pa-mute na lang po yung mga iba.
Okay na, sir.
Yan. So hopefully, shorter yung presentations natin ngayon, although mas maraming standards. So, nakasave na tayo ng introduction about ACI. So, today we are going to tackle the aggregate-based testing. If you are aiming to be a vice specialist in the field of transportation, then this is for you. It is a good qualification, additional qualification for you to be accredited by PICE National as transportation specialists. And also, this is also a good qualification if you are aiming to be in the DPWH later on, as maybe as an expert. This aggregate-based testing certification is very applicable. So today's day 2, we are going to have parts 1, 2, and 3. In part 1, we are going to discuss standards on sampling of aggregates from the sources or from the site. And then we will reduce these samples into testing size. And then the last standard for part 1 will be the dry preparation of the soil and aggregate. Take note that we will be discussing the backfill material. So that means when we say backfill material, these are combinations of gravel, sand, silt, and clay. So hindi siya pure aggregate or coarse and fine aggregate. This is a different certification. Also in part 2, we are going to discuss liquid limit, which is very popular to you since we studied this, I think, 4th year civil engineering, geotechnical, also with plastic limit, and of course the particle size analysis of soil, or what we say sieve analysis. Also on part 3, we will be discussing standards on moisture content and moisture density relations of soil. So most probably or most likely familiar na po kayo lahat dito sa standard, especially on part 2 and part 3. I mean, hindi na bago sa inyo. Ang i-highlight na lang natin is yung mga lalabas sa certification exam at saka yung nakita kong question niya si Pres Gilbert kanina. Yun, babanggitin na rin natin, i-highlight na rin natin doon sa kaso yung mga questions. 15 ba yun, Sir Gilbert? 15 questions?
15 po.
Kailangan nyo ipasa. Ang hirap ng mga question ni Sir Gilbert. By the way, hindi po akong gumawa ng question. Si Sir Gilbert po ang gumagawa ng question. Okay. Yan. So, 4 steps to get certified. Again, kung may mga bagong attendees po ngayon na hindi nakakapag-attend last time, there are only 4 steps to get certified. Find the program you need. This is the program, aggregate-based testing. Training or testing location near you. We are here now, and for the exam location, hopefully I will be traveling to Bahrain kung may mag-exam sa inyo, or kung i-invite din ako ng Singapore, why not, or Kuwait. Yan. And of course, prepare again. Ilang percentage bang sinabi ko dito? 70% ba? Preparation, eto na. And take the exam. The exam fee is just a minimal. Ewan ko kung magkano sa Bahrain. Pero ang exam fee dito sa Saudi Arabia is 1,900 riyals. Something. 190 BD. Yes. Sa Pilipinas naman, more or less, or 20K yata, 20,000 yata by schedule ng ACI Philippines. Ewan ko lang po sa Singapore. So 4 steps, very simple. This is the program, aggregate-based testing. Testing location, I will be traveling to you by invitation, of course. Preparation, we are doing this kind of preparation and take the exam. Okay, mali po yung itong label ko dito. So, ang aggregate-based tayo, ito yung mga standards natin, D75, 02, 421, 4318 plastic limit, 4318 liquid limit, 422 2216, 1557, and 698. Ito po yung mga 9 na standards na covered ng certification. Ayan. 60% or higher in each standards, 9 standards covered doon sa written exam. At least 70% overall naman sa written exam, 100 multiple choice questions. Tapos you need to pass all the performance tests, which is covering 8 standards. Okay. So ang gagawin po natin is the same thing. Last time I'm going to show videos of each standards. Then i-highlight po natin yung mga importanteng mga information para ma-answeran nyo yung mga question ni Sir Gilbert, and then pati na rin yung certification exam. Then may mga questions na ipopost after each discussion, then mananalo ulit ng standards ng aggregate-based testing. Yung mga nanalo po last week, isasabay ko na lang mamaya yung during break. Kasi masyadong malaki yung file, so ang ginawa ko, nilagay ko sa Dropbox muna, then download through WhatsApp, sisend ko po sa inyo. Hindi kaya ng ordinary mail. So marireceive nyo sa WhatsApp nyo mamaya yung mga nanalo last week, saka yung mga mananalo ngayon yung sa aggregate case. Okay. So ang gagawin po natin, unahin natin yung section 1, which is the sampling of aggregates from the source. So ito po yung video niya, i-play ko na lang po. Sir Gilbert, pa-check pag may sounds po tayo, no?
Sampling equipment. And whenever the sample is being obtained as... Okay, sir. AASHTO T2 and ASTM D75 are the standard practice for sampling aggregates. Some of the purposes of obtaining samples would include acceptance or rejection of materials, control of operations at the site of use, control of the product at the source of supply,
internet.
or preliminary investigation as a potential supply.
Sorry, nagka-problema internet.
Sampling is just as important as the actual testing. Therefore, the person obtaining the sample should take every necessary precaution to ensure that the sample they obtain shows the true nature and condition of the material being sampled. There are many locations from where a sample might be obtained, but the 4 primary locations include a flowing aggregate stream, a conveyor belt, a stockpile or transportation unit, and a roadway from the base or the subbase.
Hindi, Lawrence, hindi ko alam kung anong napindot ko dyan.
Sampling from a flowing aggregate stream, sampling from a conveyor belt, and sampling from a roadway share some commonalities in the fact that the samples will be obtained at random. Furthermore, at least 3 equally sized increments will be selected. If a random sampling plan cannot be agreed upon, ASTM D3665, standard practice for random samples of construction materials, may be helpful. When sampling from a stockpile or transportation unit, try to avoid sampling of coarse aggregates
or mixtures of coarse and fine aggregates, especially when the sample is being obtained for grading purposes. If the circumstances presented make it necessary to obtain a sample of these types of aggregates from a stockpile or transportation unit, then create a sampling plan. The sampling plan should build confidence in all parties when the results are obtained. Furthermore, using power equipment may be helpful in obtaining a representative sample. When power equipment is not available, samples from stockpiles should be made up of at least 3 increments, taken from the top third, midpoint, and bottom third of the volume of the pile. A board shoved vertically into the pile just above the sampling point aids in preventing further segregation.
Yeah.
The responsibility for obtaining the sample will depend upon the reason for which the sample is being obtained. As an example, the manufacturer and contractor are responsible when the sample is being obtained for control of production at the source or control of work at the site. But it is the purchaser who is responsible when samples are being obtained to be used for acceptance or rejection as a potential source. And it is the seller who is always responsible for providing the appropriate sampling equipment. And whenever the sample is being obtained as part of a preliminary investigation, the sample shall be obtained by the party responsible for the development of that potential source. When samples are being obtained for quality tests, it is best, whenever possible, to obtain that sample from the finished product. The number of samples obtained will depend upon the criticality and variation of the properties that are to be measured. Furthermore, the amount of each sample will depend upon the type and number of tests that are to be conducted. And lastly, if it becomes necessary to ship our samples, be sure that they are shipped in suitable containers that are so designed to prevent loss or contamination. Furthermore, we want the containers to be suitable to prevent damage from possible mishandling. Let's now review the key steps of this procedure, beginning with sampling from a conveyor belt. When sampling from a conveyor belt, one of the first things that we must do is stop the conveyor belt and insert 2 templates that conform to the shape of the belt. Space the templates so that the material in between will yield an increment of the required mass. Carefully scoop the material in between the templates into a suitable container. You can now collect the fines with a dustpan and broom. Be sure to obtain at least 3 equal increments and then recombine these increments to form your field sample. Lastly, make sure that your sample meets or exceeds that which is required for a given aggregate size. Now, let's review sampling from a stockpile. This is for fine aggregate only. First, remove the outer layer of the stockpile to expose the material underneath. You can use a shovel or power equipment to achieve this. Insert the appropriate sampling tube. And unlike the other procedures, when sampling from a stockpile, you obtain at least 5 increments. Let's now review sampling from a flowing aggregate stream. When sampling from a flowing aggregate stream, be sure to use a device which will hold the required amount of material without overflowing. Take each increment from the entire discharge stream. Obtain a minimum of 3 equal increments. Then, just as before, combine these increments to form your field sample. Then ensure that the size of the sample meets or exceeds that which is required for a given aggregate size. Lastly, let's summarize sampling from a road base. First, you'll need to mark the specific areas from where the samples will be taken, or use some type of a metal template. Get the sample from the entire depth and exclude the underlying material. We now want to combine our increments to form our field sample, and just as before, ensure that the size of the field sample equals or exceeds that which is recommended. And there are no significant differences between AASHTO T2 and ASTM D75. And this will conclude AASHTO T2 and ASTM D75 standard practice for sampling aggregates.
Ayun. Pwede naman question and answer.
Pwede. Pwede.
Okay, so Sir Gilbert, ikaw na. So, ito po yung sampling of aggregates. So, kung kayo po ay quality control or QA, QC or project manager, dapat nyo i-observe itong mga procedures natin para sa pagkuha ng samples. Kasi, anong sabi dun sa video kanina, sabi niya, sampling is as important as testing. Tama ba, Sir Gilbert?
Apo.
Tanong mo yata yun, ha? Parang lalabas yung sa mo. So, kung importante yung testing, pareho rin importante o equally important din kung paano pagkuha ng sample. So, may mga provisions na dapat na i-observe. Unang-una po yung amount of samples to be taken from the site. So, dito sa standards, makikita nyo later on kung ilang kilograms ang minimum sa bawat size of aggregates. So, halimbawa, kapag ang size ng aggregates mo ay 25 mm, dapat ang kukunin mo sa sample as pupunta sa lab is 50 kilogram minimum kapag 25 mm. Okay? So, again, may minimum requirement para sa amount of material. Sir Gilbert, ilang sources ang na-discuss sa video?
Dalawa po.
Dalawa ba?
By conveyor belt at saka poly.
Tapos yung
yung isa is stockpile.
Stockpiles and then yung sa roadway bases. Yung sa roadway muna. So, isa-isahin po natin, no? Ito nasa exam, sampling is just as important as the test that will be performed. Okay, nasa exam ni Sir Gilbert, nasa exam ko rin sa ACI. Tingnan pa natin. Okay, also, select units to be sampled at random. Random siya at any part. Ito. So, there are 4 sources of sample, either from flowing aggregate stream, conveyor belt, stockpile or transportation unit, saka yung bases and stop bases or roadway. Sampling plan, there must be sampling plan from the laboratory manager. Ito. In the exam, there is a question about the use of power equipment. As much as possible, sabi ng standard, gagamit po tayo ng power equipment para kumuha ng sample. Ngayon, kung wala, at kukuha ka ng sample, let's say most commonly kasi dito sa stockpile tayo kumukuha, so dapat ganito ang pagkuha. Gagamit ka ng board, and then how many increments pag-stockpile? 5. Pero dapat kukuha tayo ng sa top, middle, at saka sa bottom part ng stockpile. So, ganito siya.
The top third, midpoint, and bottom third.
Ito siya. I-insert mo yung board para dito ka kukuha ng sample. So again, the important thing here is as much as possible we use the power equipment. Okay, yes. In the exam also there are questions regarding the responsibilities of the different parties. Let's say itong purchaser, siya yung responsible kapag for acceptance or rejection purposes. Okay, i-play natin to kasi importante ito sa...
Or rejection as a potential source. And
yung seller naman ang dapat mag-provide ng sampling equipment, appropriate sampling equipment.
is the seller who quality tests.
Yes, when samples are obtained as tests for quality, the sample should be obtained from the finished product. So finished product po siya dapat. Yes, this is also important. The transportation or handling of samples from the site to the laboratory, we should avoid the loss and contamination. So dapat ganito po yung mga containers natin. Pero in practice, I think they are using the plastic bags or sacks. Yan po yung ginagamit. Pwede rin po yun. So, yan. Ito po sa conveyor belt, ang sasabihin na sa exam is it's like how to get sample from a conveyor belt. Ang gagawin mo ay stop conveyor. So mag-insert template. Yung template na gagamitin dapat eksakto dun sa shape ng kung halimbawa, kung semicircle din yung ano mo. Kung ano naman, kung rectangular din yung template. Okay. Yes, always combine the increments to form a field sample. Combine po natin sila dito. So, itong procedure number 7, ensure that the size of the field sample equals or exceeds. So, ito po equals or exceeds. Gaya nga ng sabi ko kanina, meron tayong table dito sa standards, depende sa size, kung ilang kilogram na kailangan mo kukunin. Yes, for fine aggregate only, ganito po ang pagkuha ng sample from stockpile. I-play ko lang saglit.
Equipment to achieve this.
Yan.
Insert the appropriate sampling tube.
May sampling tube po.
And unlike the other procedures, when sampling from a stockpile,
yes, from stockpiles, 5 increments. Minimum of 5 increments. Okay, flowing aggregate. Play natin.
Be sure to use a device which will hold the required amount of material without overflowing.
Without overflowing, ito po yung natin. Entire cross-section of the material discharge stream. Hindi po yung part lang. Dapat saluhin mo lahat using the wheelbarrow. Okay. Yes, ito naman po yung sa
is from where the samples will be taken, or use some type of a metal template. Get the sample from the entire depth and exclude the underlying material.
Ito po yung sa roadway, gagamit po tayo ng template. Usually, yung template na ginagamit sa field density test. Then, tanggalin lang po yung mga top portion. And then, let's say, kukuha tayo ng sample, dapat entire depth ng let's say base course or sub base course. So ito yun full depth throughout the full depth of the layer and exclude any underlying material. Okay, field sample pa rin. Yes, ito na. Merong exam sa DPWH Sir Gilbert, di ba? Yung sa materials engineer. 1
Meron
and
po.
2. Yan. Kapag may ACI certificate ka, let's say field testing plus ito, I think I'm not 100% sure. Bali, materials engineer 2 ka na yata, automatic.
Sa Ray po, materials yun. Ray pagtampo.
Yan. Di ba may exam po yun, no? May exam po yun. Halos lahat ng mga question nandito sa field testing and dito rin sa aggregate base. So there are no significant differences between as to T2. Ito yung sa standard niya, equivalent siya sa ASTM T75. Okay, so tingnan ko lang kung may na-miss pa po akong ano. Yes, lahat po ng mga usually lumalabas po sa exam na banggit na natin. And then yung sa question ni Sir Gilbert na cover na natin, i-recall nyo na lang mamaya pag sa end of part 3.
Okay.
Okay po. So, yun po Sir Gilbert, and yun po yung the first standard natin, sampling of soil and aggregate from the site, ASTM D75. Mag-focus po ako ng question para sa mananalo ng isang standard ng, ito po yung standard natin na CP43. CP43. And then na po, yung mga marireceive nyo po ay may mga highlights na po. Para
Nangyari sa internet. Internet problem.
okay po, yung mga attendees po natin, hi po ulit mula sa, of course, Bahrain, Singapore, Kuwait. May UAE ba, Sir Gilbert?
Wala po yata.
Wala. May Saudi? Walang Saudi, no?
Wala yata.
Parang last time may Saudi po. Okay po. So, same WhatsApp number po. I-send nyo na lang po yung answer sa question natin. Yes. Ito po yung question 1 mula sa ASTM 375. Kung sino pong mananalo, yun po yung una po, siya yung mananalo ng standard. May nanalo na po. Ang tama pong sagot ay finished product. So, sino pong nakakuha ng answer na finished product? Yung karamihan sa kanila, sumagot from roadway, from stockpile, from flowing aggregate. Ito po, samples to be tested for quality when possible shall be obtained from the finished product. So, ang nanalo po ay si
Ma'am Grace.
Si Sir Ruel J. Batalon po. 965-7627.
965 Saudi Arabia.
Bahrain po ito, Sir.
967.
965.
965. 965.
Think Saudi Arabia.
Wait. Sir Ruel po. Sir Ruel.
Kuwait.
Ayan. Yung nanalo na naman yata last week, Parang
Papasa.
kukumpletohin niya. Okay po. Yan. So, yun po yung D75, sampling of aggregates from the site. Large aggregate po ito, Ngayon, ang susunod na standard naman is yung from large aggregate, i-reduce po natin siya sa testing size. So, ito po yung standard na reducing of large sample into testing size. Nasa standard number 2 na po tayo. Okay. Okay po yung sound?
AASHTO T248 and ASTM C702 are the standard practice for reducing field samples to testing size. This practice covers 3 separate procedures. Method A is using a mechanical splitter. Method B is quartering. And method C is miniature stockpiling. It is the purpose of this practice to describe procedures that will reduce larger field samples to a convenient testing size in a manner which makes the testing sample representative of the larger sample and hopefully of the entire aggregate supply. That is because, generally speaking, larger samples are more representative of the aggregate supply than smaller samples. Therefore, if the procedures described in AASHTO T248 and ASTM C702 are not followed, the result may be a non-representative testing sample. However, in some circumstances, differences between test samples cannot be avoided. As an example, when the sample contains relatively few larger particles. The laws of chance state that these larger particles may not be evenly distributed throughout the sample. Therefore, there are some instances where it is recommended that the entire field sample be tested. As an example, if the sample is being tested for contaminants that may be present in relatively few particles. Let's now review method A using a mechanical splitter. A mechanical splitter should consist of chutes, holding receptacles, hoppers, and straight edge pans. Fine aggregate mechanical splitters shall have a minimum of 12 equally wide chutes, while coarse aggregate mechanical splitters shall have a minimum of 8 equally wide chutes. Each chute should be approximately 50% larger than the maximum aggregate size in the sample to be split. If reducing fine dry aggregate, then method A must be used. If the sample is wet or damp, it must be dried before using this procedure. Let's now go through the performance review of method A using a mechanical splitter for AASHTO T248 and ASTM C702. First, we must check the moisture condition of the sample. If the sample contains any surface moisture, it must be dried to at least the saturated surface dry condition. Before placing the sample into the hopper, check the mechanical splitter for the appropriate number of chutes and chute opening widths. Remember, for fine aggregate, we must have a minimum of 12 chutes, and for coarse aggregate, a minimum of 8 chutes, and each chute should be approximately 50% larger than the maximum size aggregate for the sample which we are splitting. Now, place the sample in the hopper and uniformly distribute the sample edge to edge. After placing the sample in the hopper, we want to open the hopper. However, we only want to open the hopper wide enough that the rate at which the sample is introduced into the chutes shall be such that it allows free flowing of the aggregate into the receptacles or straight edge pans. These steps are now repeated until the field sample has been reduced to the appropriate testing size. Let's now review method B, quartering a sample. Unlike method A, when method B is used, some surface moisture should be present on the field sample. Let's now go through the performance review of Method B, quartering a sample. After checking the floor for evenness, place the sample on a hard, clean surface. Once the sample has been placed, we want to recombine the sample and then form it into a conical pile. Now, carefully flatten the conical pile by pressing down on the apex of the cone. When finished, our sample should be in a circular shape of even thickness throughout. After flattening the conical pile into a circle, we want to split the sample into 4 equal quarters. Now, remove 2 quarters which are diagonally opposite each other and recombine the other 2 quarters. We want to repeat this process until our field sample has been reduced to the appropriate testing size. If the floor is uneven, then we have an alternative method for quartering, using a canvas blanket. This alternative procedure can be found in AASHTO T248 in section 10.1.2. Let's now review Method C, miniature stockpiling. Method C is for fine, damp aggregate only. However, like Method B, some surface moisture must be present on the sample. Let's now review Method C, miniature stockpiling. The sample should be placed on a hard, clean surface. Select a location where there will be no loss of material and no chance of contaminating the field sample. Then, the sample can be recombined, and once recombined, formed into a conical pile. If desired, flatten the pile by pressing down on the apex to a uniform thickness and diameter, and then obtain the test sample by selecting at least 5 increments from the pile for each test that is to be performed. And there are no significant differences between AASHTO T248 and ASTM C702. And this will conclude AASHTO T248 and ASTM C702 standard practice for reducing field samples to testing size. For the performance review, ASTM C702 are the standard practice for reducing of the larger sample, and hopefully differences between test samples cannot be avoided. The sample is being tested for contaminants that may be present. Fine?
Yes. I-review lang po natin based dun sa sa mga usually na lumalabas na question sa certification exam.
Aggregate mechanical splitter.
Yes. How many methods do we have here? We have 3 methods of reducing sample into testing size. Number 1 is by the use of the mechanical splitter. Nakita niyo yung splitter kanina. Apply natin. Yes, ito. Yung mechanical splitter, depende po sa sa size ng ng aggregate natin. Kung fine siya, merong required number of opening ng chutes 12, tapos kung coarse naman ay 8. So always na even po yung 12 and 8 minimum size, minimum number. Ito 8 for coarse, 12 for sand or fine aggregate. Yes, ito in the certification exam, these 2 important information is being asked. Method A must be used for reducing fine dry aggregate. Okay, pag dry aggregate siya. If wet, all aggregate must be dry. Okay? Ito po yung openings. Ina-adjustable po yung yung chute openings ng mechanical splitter. Yun nga, kapag fine aggregate, dapat 12, pag coarse ay 8 openings naman siya. Yes, dito, this item number 3 is being asked in the exam. How do you introduce the sample into the mechanical splitter? Your answer will be like this. Uniformly distribute from edge to edge. So from here, papunta doon, and then pabalik. Hindi yung isang bagsakan lang, hindi po yun. So uniformly distribute from edge to edge.
Edge to edge.
Ganito siya. Yan. Yan. Ito pa, yung isang question sa certification exam. The rate at which sample is introduced shall be such as to allow free flowing through the chutes. So dapat yung yung rate ng introduction ng sample, hindi siya stuck dun sa lagayan. Dapat free flowing siya hanggang dun sa upper. So ito yun, allow free flowing through the chutes. Yan. Sa quartering naman, ang requirement dito, dapat yung surface ay flat. Kung hindi flat, dapat gagamit ka ng canvas blanket. Tingnan natin. Yan. From the large aggregate na nakuha natin sa site, i-recombine natin siya sa lab, sa flat surface, then i-form natin siya into a conical pile. Conical pile, then flatten, and then question is divide the flattened mass into 4 equal quarters. And then ang tanong pa doon, alin ang kukunin mo sa sample na to for testing? So yung sagot nyo dapat ay remove 2 diagonally opposite quarters. Okay, ito opposite quarters siya. So kunin mo to, and then dun sa opposite na quarter, yun ang kukunin mo siya for testing size. Yung the rest of the sample, pwede mong gamitin later on sa other tests, other physical tests. Ito, pag uneven flooring, kailangan gumamit ka ng large canvas blanket. Balik tayo dito. When using method C, yung method C natin, kasi ito ginagamit lang ang method C sa fine aggregate, dapat meron siyang moisture. Dun sa dalawang naunang method, dapat siya dry. Ito naman moist sun. So ganun din, conical pile sa flat surface. And then you will select at least 5 increments.
Okay.
5 increments. So, ayun. Parang nakita ko dun sa question mo, Sir Gilbert, na may mga ilan ang kailangan mass ng sample para sa tama ba ako? Parang may question na gano'n. O sa next standard pa yata yun.
421, sir.
421, no? Alam, iniisip ko yung sa testing size. So ayun, additional questions po sa exam kung ano yung mga aparatos na gagamitin sa bawat method. Remember, meron tayong 3 method. Method A, Method B, at saka Method C. Ang Method A, ang aparatos lang natin yung mechanical splitter. Tama ba? Yung sa Method B, quartering.
Yeah.
So sa quartering naman, aside from dun sa shovel, kailangan din ng scoop, trowel, broom. or brush para magpag-collect sa sa fine aggregates. Saka yung canvas blanket. So bali parang ang question is ganito, which of the following is not being used when using the quartering method of reducing samples? So ganun yung so magbibigay sila ng mga listahan ng aparatos, kunin mo na lang, piliin mo kung alin yung hindi kasama or yung kasama. Again, sa certification exam, usually yung word na not, naman yun, all caps naman siya at saka bold or underline. So ngayon, kung hindi mo pa napansin yon, ikaw nang may problema. Baga, ine-emphasize ng ACI naman doon. So dun sa aparatos ko, yun lang naman yung kailangan natin. Yun, sa method C, siyempre ang method C wala nang doon, wala nang canvas blanket. Pero meron pa rin trowel, shovel, scoop. So pareho except dun sa canvas blanket. Okay po.
Okay po.
Yun. I think na-cover na po natin lahat. By the way, dun sa sa practical exam, ang ipe-perform lang, yung i-observe natin for assessment is yung method A, gamit yung mechanical splitter. So method A lang po. Pero sa written exam, lahat po method A, B, and C tinatanong po. So usually 8 to 10 questions from this standard D248 or C70. May question, Sir Gilbert, o mamaya na? Mamaya na lang. Papasa na lang yung wala pa. O sige. Punta tayo sa dry preparation of disturbed soil and aggregate samples for test. Bali. Section. Ay, wala sound po ito. Ito po walang sound, pinapakita lang yung mga important steps, although nakalagay naman yung caption.
Wow. Where's the sound? Okay, technical problem again.
Yan. So, yung video na nakita nyo is pare-pareho po sila. Paano yung method? Ang kaibahan lang po yung yung gagamitin na seed size. meron tayong tinatawag na different tests. Unang-una, yung test na ginagawa natin is yung particle size analysis of soil. Ito yung SIP analysis. So, ganun po yung pag-prepare. Ang pag-prepare, kailangan air-dry soil siya. Air-dry soil at this temperature. Less than or equal to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. So, air-dry or kung hindi ma-achieve yan, pwede rin gumamit ng drying apparatus. Okay. Air-dry or drying apparatus, basta ang temperature ay ganito. Less than or equal to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Ngayon, yung size naman ng particle size analysis of soil, kunin ko na lang po dito sa standards.
Where's the other paper?
110 grams for sandy soils and 60 grams for silty or clayey soils. So, ayan, dito sa standards na makikita niyo mamaya, may mga specified minimum amount ng sample na kukunin mo. So, dun naman sa specific gravity test, kung familiar kayo sa specific gravity test, meron ding required na amount of sample, yung makukuha mo dito. Diba dun sa video natin, paulit-ulit niyang sineseparate, pinaprocess yung soil over yung appropriate sieve. Pag sinabing appropriate sieve kasi, pwedeng number 40, pwedeng number 10. Depende sa test na gagawin mo. So, halimbawa, dun sa specific gravity, ang sieve size mo ay sieve size number 10. Ito yon. Okay? So, paulit-ulit, may nakita ko kanina dito. Yan, ito, nasa exam, separate particles without breaking individual grains. So, kung mapapansin nyo, kanina, ito, gamit itong vessel, lang siya, mild lang siya, or gentle, ito siya, hindi siya nag-exert ng effort. Inaano lang niya para yung mga individual particles ay ma-break doon sa larger particles. Ayan. Ito po yung sinasabi nating appropriate sieve size. O halimbawa sa specific gravity, sabi ko nga, ito ay sieve number 10. Sieve number 10 or yung 2 mm na sieve opening. Pag sa physical test naman, ito naman ay number 40. Number 14. Kapag sieve analysis, depende naman sa size, either yung number 10 or number 40. So depende po sa purpose ng test mo. Dun sa sample size, ano nga ba yung answer mo dun, Sir Gilbert? Para ma-verify natin sa question mo. Ay, sa bagay, naman, di ba? Obvious naman sa di ba? Obvious naman yung mga units mo yata, no? Kasi ang mga units mo dun is kilogram, meron pang metric ton yata. Ito, sampling, testing size lang siya. So, from 50 kilogram from the side, i-reduce natin siya to testing size. So, kung mapapansin nyo, ang gagamitin lang natin is ganito lang, isang lang siya, isang tawag dito?
Sieve.
Ceramic container.
Yep.
So, tingnan nyo na lang mamaya dun sa exam ni Sir Gilbert. Grams lang po siya. Grams. Di ba, Sir Gilbert? Grams, hindi siya kilograms.
Where's the paper?
Yeah. So, this standard or we call it R58, ito kung paano mag-prepare ng dry sample for different types of testing. Ang pinaka-idea lang dito is kailangan meron tayong appropriate sieve, and then yung Ano natin ito. Ayan, eto. Nasa exam din. Discard material retained on that sheet. Halimbawa, number 10. Lahat ng mga na-retain yan, hindi siya kasama sa testing. Keep material passing sheet as test sample. Ito na po yung i-test natin. Halimbawa, i-test mo siya as sa SIP analysis sa liquid limit or sa plastic limit. Ito na yung tinatawag nating testing size. So, maliit lang po siya, di ba? Yan. So, Sir Gilbert, tapos na tayo sa third standard. Ito po yung yung standard ng R58 as to designation R58 or 421 ASTMD 421.
Yes, thank you.
Ma'am Ray, may question pa po. Question na, hindi ko na question number 2.
Travel again.
Question 2 and 3. So, ito yung question 1. Ito po yung question 2. I-plus ko na yung question 2. And then, pag naka-receive na ako ng answer, ma-acknowledge yung nanalo, i-plus ko yung question number 3 ulit.
Okay.
Yan.
What's the question?
Ito yung question number 2 dun sa
Malakas internet ng Kuwait eh.
Oo, ang bilis nila eh. Bilis makasagot.
Wala pa pong nakasagot.
Walang tamang sagot? Oh, ano bang sagot? Yes. Question number 2.
Yan,
You
may
are
nanalo na
your
po.
talent will fill you.
973, last number 5719.
Bahrain.
5719.
It's Bahrain.
Bahrain po yan.
Bahrain.
Ako, 973. Teka.
5719. Meron po?
Engineer Nino.
Nino Bigno?
Yan, congratulations po, Engineer Nino.
Engineer.
Ang sagot po nito is, in miniature stockpile sampling, obtain sample by selecting at least 5 increments of
Engineer
from
Nino Bigno?
random locations. Yung mga iba, 5, tapos naglalagay sila ng 3 locations, 5 locations. Dapat ang sagot natin dito ay random location in the stockpile. So, congratulations po. I-acknowledge ko na po kayo. Ayun, may thumbs up.
Acknowledge.
So yung mga nagsasagot, kapag wala kayong thumbs up na na-receive sa WhatsApp na ganito, yung yellow na thumbs up, ibig sabihin hindi po kayo yung nanalo. Kahit tama yung sagot. Yun. Tumatawa si Sir
Indicator.
Yun. Okay po, yung question number 3 para sa naman, sa dry preparation of sample. Ito na po.
Question number
Paunahan
3.
lang po talaga.
Okay.
Ayun. Actually, si Sir Nito lang yung nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Sa more than 15 na nagsagot, siya lang po yung nakakuha. Wow. Ayun, may humabol naman. Bahrain pa rin. Yun nga, 5 sa karandom. Pero late na po siya. Dalawa silang tao na nakasagot. Ito po yung question number 3.
Yes, question number 3. What is that?
Sagot po.
Question number 3.
Sobrang bilis na. Nakakatawa naman to.
Sa WhatsApp.
May nanalo po. take note po yung unit natin, degrees Celsius or centigrade. Kanina yung na-flash natin ay 1 degrees Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
Yan. Isa lang po ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Lahat na 140.
Congrats.
Ayun, i-acknowledge natin. Masabi na lang po yung pangalan. 965 po siya. 965. Ang last number po ay 9715. Yun. Ang tamang sagot po ay 60 degrees po. Not exceeding 60 degrees. Mabilis mag-convert si
Engineer Owen, upset eh.
Ayun, si Engineer Owen.
Baka katabi yung calculator.
Congratulations po.
Congrats, sir.
Nanalo po siya. So, Ma'am Grace, break time muna tayo.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Sir Art.
Oo, break time muna tayo. Break time.
Technical presentation. Yes, we will have our 15-minute short break.
15 minutes?
Kapi-kapi po muna tayo.
15 minutes break. Oh my God, I have to prepare my speech. I have to prepare my speech. Where's the paper I have? Wait, how many minutes? 15 minutes? No matter how talented you are, we are on place. Guys, I have to make the list of the participants. Where's the board? Here you are. How many participants you have? Participants? How many we have? We have 44. Aileen, Alijo Acosta, Ali Mali Celso, Crispin Aldi, Dinis Cabalit, Dayan de la Cruz, Emerito Victorino, Ferdinand Batara, John Michael Lerito, Janice Carsoles, GP, OCP Medina, oh my God, wrong. Linet Shubagio, Leo Mamaradlo, Leo Victor Aranti, Maria Denise Ferrosa, Mi Valencia, Nino Bigno, Tito Pascual, sino nga ba yun? Vicente Omictin, Williamson Mangubat, Turado, Ryan Christian. Wala ba si Sir ano? Sino nga ba yun? KUWAIT. Reynald Umapo, Mary Valencia, Lloyd Pingo, Leslie, Leo Arante, Joseph Bagos, Manarina, Alijo Acosta, okay. So we have 61 participants. Rodel Pomperada, Roberto Fabros, Leticia Juday, Robert C., Francis G. Filipion, Ezekiel Valencia, Engineer Eugene Turalba. So here it is. You have Engineer Eugene Turalba, Engineer Rodil Pomperada, Emil Imbel, wala ba? Annalisa. Artemio Talon, Emil Imbel, it's not here. Robert C. Asan siya, no? Omar Kitalik. Beautiful attendees. 61. Okay. Ano ko gagawin yun? I want to make the... Oh! I forget. Yes. We're having some webinar for Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers. This is our second session, Aggregates and Soil-Based Testing. We have still 2 more because we have 4 sessions. Plus another 2 Fridays. Every Friday we're having this webinar. Sponsored by the Bahrain, Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Bahrain. First of all, I want to say good evening, everyone. soil-based system. A quote from Will Smith: "No matter how talented you are, your talent will fail you if you're not skilled. Skill is achieved through practice. Work hard and dedicate yourself to being better every single day." Oh, they're close to the.
Yes, hello everyone. We are back for that technical presentation part 2.
Kumain ka na?
Before we proceed po for that part 2, we will have some presentation from Mr. Eman Valdez. Here po. Is the Department Manager of Overseas Filipino Bank. And also from Mr. Francis Pelone from Land Bank of the Philippines. Yes, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Your time to present.
Okay, good evening po. First and foremost, we would like to thank the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Bahrain International Chapter, for giving us the opportunity to promote the products of Overseas Filipino Bank. So, before ako mag-start, let me give you a brief background about the Overseas Filipino Bank. Ang Overseas Filipino Bank po ay wholly owned subsidiary po ni Land Bank. Siya po ang parent bank po ni OF Bank. So may I be allowed to screen share?
Go ahead po, sir. Sir.
Stop ko lang po yung video. Medyo unstable po yung internet.
Yan nga ang problema minsan technical problem.
Okay po. So, pursuant to Executive Order 44 po, signed by our President in September 2017, yung former Philippine Postal Savings Bank po ay in-acquire ni Land Bank of the Philippines as a wholly owned and fully controlled subsidiary of Land Bank. Ito po yung one of the promises of President Duterte to have a dedicated bank for our overseas Filipinos, our OFWs, and their beneficiaries. So noong January 2018 po, OF Bank was officially launched. And then noong June 29 po this year, the bank was relaunched as a digital-only first branchless Philippine government bank in a virtual event. Dito po, nilaunch po yung products ni OF Bank, yung mga new offerings niya po, such as yung digital onboarding system, or ito po yung digital account opening platform na ginagamit po natin sa ngayon for our OFWs, our kababayans, and their beneficiaries to access the financial services of OF Bank. Now, without going po dun sa physical branch, kasi right now din po, wala akong branch po si Overseas Filipino Bank. So, may mga transactions, so if ever there are transactions na kailangan pong i-perform over the counter, it will be accommodated in any of the Land Bank branches nationwide, na right now po, mahigit po yan sa 400 branches located in all of the provinces of the country. At present, OF Bank is being supervised by the President and CEO of Land Bank of the Philippines, and at the same time, yung board chairperson po ng OF Bank, si Mrs. Borromeo, and the President of OF Bank is Laila Martin. So at this point po, allow me to show you an audiovisual presentation on how to open an account online.
What is all water?
Dala ang IDs at picture mo. Pupunta ka sa bangko, pipila. Kapag turn mo na, susulat sa mahaba at iba't ibang klaseng application forms. Pipirma rin paulit-ulit. Pero paano kung wala ka sa Pilipinas? O kaya naman, available ka lang beyond banking hours? Pwede ka pa rin magbukas ng bank account. Mas pinadali na ng Overseas Filipino Bank ang proseso through the new OF Bank digital account opening platform. Sa loob lang ng 5 minutes or less, matatapos mo ang application para magkaroon ng OF Bank account. May 3 klase ng accounts na available. Merong OF Bank Visa Debit Account para sa overseas Filipinos, overseas Filipino workers, at beneficiaries na 18 years old and above. Kung below 18 and at least 7 years old ang isang beneficiary, ang regular OF Bank Debit Account naman ang para sa iyo. Sa OF Bank Visa Debit Card, free of charge ang interbank fund transfer. Ibig sabihin, hindi kayo mag-ipat ng pera galing sa OF Bank account papunta sa isa pang OF Bank account. Free of charge din ang fund transfer papunta sa land bank account. Transfer ng funds gamit ang land bank remittance system to land bank partner remittance companies worldwide. Pwede din mag-transfer ng pera sa ibang bangko sa Pilipinas via InstaPay. Gamit naman ng OF Bank Visa Debit Card, mabilis niya ang pagpapadala ng remittances to Visa partners abroad. Pwede na rin magbayad at bumili online o mag-transact to 61 million merchants na credited ng Visa saan man sa mundo. Mag-bayad sa merchants at billers gamit iAccess, mobile banking app at link this portal. Maaari ka na rin mag-avail ng cashless transactions via point-of-sale terminals sa iba't ibang establishments. At, mapalokal man control, pwede na mag-withdraw sa higit 2.5 million ATM at POS cash-out machines na tumatanggap ng Visa card. Pwede rin over-the-counter kahit sa ang land bank branch. Interest-bearing o kumikita ang iyong savings kapag nag-avail ka ng account na ito. Ganito naman ang features ng OF Bank regular debit account, including cashless transactions gamit ang bank at POS terminals sa local establishment. Withdrawal by land bank o bank at ATMs, POS cash out or over-the-counter sa land bank branches. Receive remittances through OF Bank Visa Debit Account, free of charge. Receive funds through Visa Direct or Land Bank Remittance System at Land Bank Partner Remittance Companies. Transfer funds to other banks in the Philippines via InstaPay. Mag-transfer ng funds to Land Bank accounts free of charge. Magbayad through ATMs, iAccess, OF Bank or mobile banking app. Click this portal. Interest-bearing din ang OF Bank regular debit card. Mag-apply na para magkaroon ng OF Bank debit accounts. Walang initial deposit at maintaining balance requirements. Para sa mga OFW or OM, kailangan lang ang mga sumusunod. Active mobile number, active email address, at least one valid photo-bearing ID. Para naman sa mga beneficiary, kailangan ng mga ito. Active mobile number, active email address, at least one valid photo-bearing ID. At para sa mabilis na pag-apply, gamitin ang OF Bank digital account opening platform. Accessible. Dahil Aggregates, pwede na gamitin kahit nasan ka man sa mundo. Madaling gamitin, susunod number para tumanggap ng pera o pondo. Paano mo gamitin ang World Bank Digital Account Opening Platform? I-download ang mobile banking app ng KUWAIT Bank mula sa Apple App Store or Google Play Store. Buksan ang app at sundin ang mga sinusunod na steps. Para sa mga overseas Filipino or OF na nasa US, sagutin ang Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act o FATCA at pumili sa yes or no option at i-click ang confirm. Basahin mabuti ang terms and policies ng application. I-click ang box sa itaas at pindutin ang next para sa susunod na step. I-provide ang profile at contact information. Click next. Mag-nominate ang user ID. Click next. Set ng password. Next. Makaka-receive ka ng one-time PIN or OTP sa registered mobile number. Pinili ito at i-click ang submit within 5 minutes. Makakatanggap ka ulit ng isa pang OTP para naman sa registered email address. Ulitin lang ang naunang steps. I-click ang submit. Para sa security ng account, mag-nominate ng 3 security questions. Tandaan, case at space sensitive ang mga sagot dito. In case makalimutan ang password, pwede kang mag-log in gamit ang registered security questions. Click next. To complete your profile, sagutan ang lahat ng mga ito. Para sa mga US citizen, sagutin ang FATCA information for further verification. Click next. Piliin sa drop-down menu kung anong klaseng dokumento ang i-upload. Gamit ang Zoom Identity Check, kumuha ng selfie at sundin ang instructions sa app para sa identity verification. Click submit pagkatapos mong ilagay ang ID number. I-review ang mga inilagay na account details at click ang edit kung may gusto kong palitan. Click confirm. Congrats! Kumpleto ng World Bank account application mo. Ma-activate within 24 hours of bills payment. Fund transfer. World Bank Visa Debit Card. Magagamit ang features ng accounts digital o electronic transactions. Para sa mga beneficiaries, pwede rin ma-activate ang financial online transaction features ng World Bank regular debit card o create ng card. Pumunta lang sa kahit saang land bank branch at bilhin ang ID na ginamit sa account opening. Sa World Bank Digital Account Opening Platform, less hassle ang bank application. Kaya, apply na! Paano naman magde-deposit sa World Bank account? Lagyan ng pondo ang World Bank OFW account. With your cash, pumunta sa pinakamalapit na remittance company. Visa Direct Partner o Banco. Cash in sa World Bank OFW account. Kung meron ka namang iba pang bank account o e-wallet, gamitin ang Visa Direct o iba pang electronic banking channels para magtipad ng pera pumunta sa World Bank OFW account. Pwede rin pagmula ng pondo ng World Bank OFW account ang payroll, lalo na sa mga seafarers. Sa mga beneficiaries, nagkakaroon ng pondo ang account kapag tumanggap ng fund transfer mula sa World Bank OFW account o via instant payment. Pwede rin mag-deposit gamit ng cash deposit machine. O kaya naman ay mag-over-the-counter deposit sa land bank branches. Kung may balance na ang World Bank account, magagamit mo ito for fund transfers o pambayad. Paano mag-transfer ng pera? Step 1. Mag-login gamit ang World Bank user ID at password. Pwede rin gamitin ang Face ID or biometrics kung supported ito ng phone mo. Step 2. Sa World Bank MBA homepage, select Fund Transfer at the bottom of the screen. Step 3. Piliin ulit ang Fund Transfer. Step 4. Piliin ang source account. Destination account. For both bank and bank accounts, ilagay lang ang mga sinusunod. Maaari kang gumamit ng QR code to avoid errors. Para sa other banks, click Select Bank at i-provide ng account details na pagdadalhan. Applicable rin ang QR code option for other banks. Pumili sa available transfer channel options. Click Transfer Now to proceed. Step 5. I-double-check ang mga information na inilagay. Then click Confirm. Step 6. Makaka-receive ka ng one-time PIN or OTP sa iyong registered mobile number. Kung wala kang na-receive within 5 minutes, maaari mo itong ulitin at pumili sa dalawang options. Ilagay ang OTP. Enroll sa OTP generator, automatic na itong papasok sa system. Click Proceed. Congrats! Pwede mo nang i-view or print ang payment confirmation or electronic official receipt. Proof of your transaction. Bukas ng account. Pwede na ng remittance. Provide sa billers at merchants. Going digital ang pagbabago. At ang digital only, branchless, overseas Filipino bank.
Overseas Filipino Bank. Okay.
Okay po. So, ganun lang po kasimple yung pag-open na po ng account ngayon using the digital onboarding system of the Overseas Filipino Bank. So, straight through po yung process. You don't even have to go to the physical branch. Ganun din ho for our OFWs. Kahit nasa abroad po sila, pwede po silang makapagbukas ng account, also their beneficiaries. And then they can already start sending money to their personal account. And then from their personal account po, pwede na po nilang i-transfer yung mga pangangailangan po ng kanilang mga beneficiaries dito sa Pilipinas without cost. At pwede na din pong magamit yun, ma-withdraw ng kanilang beneficiaries using the ATMs of Land Bank and also other BankNet member banks. We are now open for questions kung meron pong mga katanungan regarding po the product of OF Bank.
OFW Bank? Land Bank? There is a question from
And to the participants po, if you have questions, maybe you can type in the chat box or Q&A part po.
So if I may add din po, wala pong initial deposit ang OF Bank account. Wala din po siyang maintaining balance. And then pwede nyo na din po siyang gamitin yung mobile banking application to pay po your bills like Meralco, yung Manila Water po or Maynilan. And right now, sa loob po ni Land Bank, by the way, we run on the same platform. So kung ano po yung sistema na ginagamit ni Land Bank, yun din po ang ginagamit na sistema ni OF Bank. Right now, we have more than 500 merchants and billers po sa loob ng mobile banking application ni Land Bank. The same merchants are available to the OF Bank mobile banking application para magamit ng ating mga kliyente. So ang ano po talaga nito, ang reason why nagkaroon po tayo ng ganitong platform para mas madami pong mga OFWs ang makapag-open ng account for purposes of financial inclusion, and at the same time, yung cost po ng remittance, dahil right now, ang sinasabi po ng ating mga OFWs, every time po na kailangan ng kanilang mga beneficiaries sa Pilipinas, they have to remit. So kung minsan po, yung mga funds na pinapadala nila, minsan ho, na-mismanage, hindi po napupunta doon sa kung saan po dapat gamitin or gastusin. So with the OF Bank ATM account po, pwede kong i-remit ng OFW yung kanyang pera sa account niya, lahat yung buong funds niya sa account niya, and then as the need arise, pwede niya kong i-transfer dun sa account po ng kanyang beneficiary nang wala pong bayad. Wala na pong cost. Kumbaga yung usual na remittance niyo one time sa account ninyo, then kayo na po ang magmamanage at magdidistribute po noon sa sa inyo pong mga beneficiaries.
Yes, sir. We have some questions in our chat box.
Sir, pwede mo lang
First one po from Sir Ryan. How much InstaPay to the other bank?
Okay. Kung ang transfer po within OF Bank or OF Bank to OF Bank account or OF Bank to Land Bank, wala pong charge yon. So if you're going to transfer po funds from your OF Bank account to another bank via InstaPay, meron po tayong charge dyan na 15 from range of 15 to 25 pesos. But right now po, as part of yung konting tulong po ni Land Bank at ni OF Bank sa kanyang mga kliyente, naka-waive po ang aming InstaPay charges hanggang December of this year.
Okay.
So it's free transfer po?
Yes po, until December.
Till December.
Okay, so for 2021 onward, 15 to 25 pesos po. Next question po, how about the interest rate?
Ang interest rate po ng savings account po ni OF Bank ay similar din po with other banks kasi right now po nagkaroon ng sometime end of July po nag-implement po si KSP ng interest rate cut, so bumaba po nasa 0.05 per annum po ang interest ng savings. But eventually po magkakaroon po ng bagong product si OF Bank na yung tinatawag naming Digital Easy Savings Plus na meron po kayong excess funds, minimum of 20,000, mas mataas po ang interest rate na ma-earn po ng pera ninyo. So minimum of 20 up to let's say 49,999, ganito po ang interest rate. And then as your funds grow, mas tumataas din po ang interest rate. Hopefully po ma-launch din namin yung product na yan before the end of this year.
Sir, last question I think. How about though po if he or she will have this OF account and then magpo-for good na po sa Philippines, can he or she maintain the account sa Philippines?
Yes po. Once an OFW po at nag-open ho yan ng account, ay ang treatment namin at ang tingin ho namin sa kanya ay OFW pa din. So, hindi po kayo hahanapan ng proof na kayo ay OFW. Pag nag-open po kayo, meron lang po tayong certain requirement as to the IDs or eligible IDs to be or acceptable insofar as an OFW account or an OFW is concerned. So, pag pinili niyo po dun sa mobile banking application at sinabi niyo kung OFW account ang i-open po ninyo, ang i-require po sa inyo na ID ay either your passport, your PRC ID, or your UBID. So, yung beneficiaries niyo po, mas madami po silang options, even ho yung mga anak po ninyo na at least 7 years old can already have their own ATM account. So, allow din po ang school ID na i-upload. So, mabilis lang po yung process dahil mag-take lang po kayo ng selfie and then you take a picture of the ID na i-upload po ninyo, then meron na po kayong account. So, ganun lang po kabilis ang process of account opening. So, kung pagbalik nyo ho sa Philippines, in any of our branches, in any of the branches of Land Bank, you can claim po your ATM card.
Yes, sir. And just one more question po. Nagkakaltas daw po ba ang bangko for remittance?
Ang remittance po, normally ang charges po niyan ay nanggagaling doon sa source or from the sending bank. So kung nagpapadala po kayo from Bahrain, yung conversion po niyan, yung exchange rate, dyan na po yan dinidetermine. So pag sinabi nyo ay papadala nyo ay ganitong amount, sila na po ang magpo-convert. So pagdating po niya sa OF Bank, wala na po kaming additional charges for that. Wala po kaming kinakaltas na other fees or charges.
Sir, follow up lang doon sa question na yun. Kasi sir, normally kaya natanong yan. Kasi bukod doon sa charges from the remittance, from the source, pagdating ulit sa Pilipinas, nakakaltas sila. So, kung wala na yon, mas maganda kasi isa lang yung magiging charge. Doon lang sa source. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes, sir. Opo. Wala na po kaming kinakaltas doon.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Pwede bang pambayad sa PhilHealth?
Sir, right now po, Sir Gilbert, meron akong nasimulan ng mga discussion and may ongoing talks din po with SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth. Say for example po, yung ating mga members ay merong loan ho sa SSS or sa Pag-ibig, pwede na pong maging destination account or pwede nyo na pong ma-receive yung proceeds po ng loan nyo from SSS or from Pag-ibig. In the same way, ganoon din po for this disbursement, pwede na din pong maging source account ang OF Bank para doon sa contribution nyo po sa SSS at saka sa PhilHealth or sa Pag-ibig.
Okay.
Sir, may darating pong question. What are the advantages of OFW when opening OF Bank compared to other banks like loan benefits?
Like ano po yun, ma'am?
Loan benefits daw po, sir.
Ano daw ba? Advantages, especially for loan benefits.
Okay po. For loans po, meron po kaming proposal sa DOLE, sa UWA. Nag-present na po kami sa kanila ng concept na meron po tayong ipapa-avail or mag-offer po ng loan program ang OF Bank for OWA-registered OFWs. Inaantay lang po namin yung finality or yung final discussion ho kung ano ang decision ng OWA kasi inakyat din ho nila sa board nila yon. But ito po yung medyo smaller ho yung amount kung kailangan ho na like yung mga expenses na kung multi-purpose loan po ang ang concept niya, a maximum of 100,000 po per OFW. So yun po yung initial na present namin, but wala pa po, inaantay pa po namin yung go signal din ni OWA for this kind of loan facility for our OFWs.
Okay.
So when it comes to advantage po, hindi nyo po kailangan, unang-una po wala siyang initial deposit, wala siyang maintaining balance, and then hindi nyo po kailangan na pumunta sa branch para makapag-open ng account kasi using your mobile phone, makaka-open po kayo in 5 minutes or less, makakapag-open po kayo ng account. So kung ang ginagamit nyo po ay iPhone, pwede nyo pong i-download sa Apple App Store yung OF Bank mobile banking application. Kung Android naman po sa Google Play, and then i-click nyo lang po pag na-download niya, i-click lang po ninyo yung open an account and then mag-guide na po kayo dun sa sa process. Very user-friendly naman po yung app. So wala naman pong mawawala. Maybe after po your webinar, you may want to try the digital onboarding facility of OF Bank.
Sa PRC po ba pwede naming pambayad per exam?
Sir, sa PRC po kasi sir, pag nagbabayad po kayo through link-based, yun po yung facility din po nila, bank link-based portal, you will need po your PIN. So since po wala pa po, kung nasa abroad po kayo, wala pa pong card at wala pa pong PIN. Kasi kiniklaim lang po kasi yung card, binibigay lang po yan sa mismong account holder or depositor due to madami po kasing requirement din ho ang BSP for bank secrecy, yung protection po din ng client natin. So ang suggestion ko po, kung meron po kayo beneficiary, pag-open nyo po siya ng account din sa OF Bank, and then pwede nyo i-transfer yung amount na pambayad sa kanya and siya na lang po ang magbayad sa PRC kasi siya may card na siya. Easily makiklaim niya yung card niya kasi nandito lang po siya sa Philippines. Then may PIN na din po siya na which is the requirement in paying for the PRC via Land Banking Peace Portal. So pwede po yun. May paraan naman po.
Pwede ba niyang kunin yung yung card namin?
Yung card, yung card nyo, sir, kayo lang po talagang makaka-receive doon. So even without your card, pwede na po kayong maglagay ng pera doon, pwede na din po kayong mag-transfer, but your beneficiaries po, pwede na po niyang i-claim in any of the branches of Land Bank. Wala din po siyang babayaran ang cost ng card, wala pong initial deposit, walang maintaining balance.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Input your money.
I think this will be our last question po. Accredited ba ng financial and Land Bank kapag nag-open ako ng stock, buying or selling?
Ng ano po yun, ma'am? Ng stocks po?
All financial.
Yes, all financial po. I think this is the first question. Accredited ba ng all financial and Land Bank?
Well, right now, wala po kaming tie-up with them, but meron po kaming, since we are a government bank, meron po kaming, kumbaga, eligible po kami na mag-facilitate ng transaction po ninyo, ng investment po ninyo to the Bureau of the Treasury. So kung nag-issue po ng retail treasury bonds or fixed rate treasury notes ang Bureau of Treasury, pwede hong maging source, galing po sa wealth bank account ninyo, pwede hong mag-invest kayo sa mga treasury bonds. Na itong mga RTDs na to are practically risk-free po ito kasi this is guaranteed by the Philippine government. But with that, yung po sinabing yung call financial, wala pa po kaming tie-up with them. But siguro po, we can explore.
Thank you, sir. I think that will be all the questions. For more details with the participants, kindly contact Sir Evan Valdez and Sir Francis.
Okay, course through na lang po namin kay Mr. Francis sa tulong po ni Sir Gilbert. So if there are questions or kung meron po kayong kung just in case na gusto niyo mag-open at kailangan niyo po ng assistance, we are very much willing to assist po. Ibibigay po ni Sir Francis even po yung Viber number ko so that we can help you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you so much po.
Okay, so kung wala na pong questions, thank you very much, Sir Gilbert, and to the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers po, yung Bahrain International Chapter. Thank you po sa pagbigay ng opportunity para ma-promote din namin yung products ni OF Bank para po makatulong din po sa ating mga kababayan. So ang naman po is wala naman pong wala po siyang maintaining, wala siyang initial deposit as mentioned earlier. So yun po.
Sir Francis, meron pa pong ilang tanong sa Q&A, but i-correct po sa inyo.
Pwede naman ako, tapusin ko din yung sige, makikinig po ako doon sa kung later on meron kayong mga questions, so nandito lang po ako, standby lang po ako. Si Sir Eman okay po, pwede lang po natin siyang pakawalan. Sir Eman?
Yes po, opo. Kung may mga questions, sir, bigay niyo po yung number ko na lang po.
Yes, sir. Noted, sir.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po. Thank you. So maybe we can proceed, Engineer Grace, and Sir Francis, nandito po sa Q&A. Maybe you can help us answer po sa Q&A. Or you want to answer, let's give another 10 minutes. Is okay lang po ba, Sir Art?
Sige po.
Yes, sir. Okay. So let's accommodate a few more questions, Ms. Grace.
I'll read some of the questions from the Q&A. Wala ba siyang debit card para may panghahawakan kami na may account kami sa Open Bank?
Meron
Okay na.
meron po siyang meron po siyang ATM card, yung overseas Filipino bank account. Available po yung ATM card sa lahat ng non-bank branch sa Pilipinas.
Okay.
So pag nag-open kayo, nagbawa dyan sa Bahrain o kung saan man, pag nakabalik kayo sa Pilipinas, gusto mong i-claim yung OF Bank ATM card nyo, pwede nyo siyang i-claim at any land bank branch. Kaya napadaan kayo ng Manila, may nadaanan kayong land bank branch doon. You can claim your OF Bank ATM card kahit ang land bank branch sa Pilipinas. Tapos, pag nag-open nga po kayo online, makakatanggap po kayo ng confirmation doon sa mobile phone nyo, mobile phone and email. Doon sa message na marireceive nyo through your phone or email, nakalagay po doon yung details ng account nyo. Nandun na po yung account number, yung card number, yung account name, at kung kailan po kayo nag-open. So yun mismo, yun ang confirmation ng inyong account opening. At kahit hindi nyo pahawak yung ATM card nyo, makakapag-transact na rin kayo. No? Makakapag-balance inquiry kayo, makakapag-deposit kayo, and makakapag-transfer. So even without yung hawak nyo yung card nyo, magagawa nyo po yung mga banking transactions na yun.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes.
I-clarify ko lang, kasi kanina may nagtanong na pag magpapadala ng pera, halimbawa sa Bahrain, magpapadala doon sa tie-up ng non-bank. Sa Bahrain, halimbawa, ang tie-up namin for your information, ang tie-up namin sa Bahrain na padalahan is Jhane Exchange Company at saka si Lulu International Exchange. Yan po ang mga tie-up ng Land Bank of the Philippines. Ang Overseas Filipino Bank, being a subsidiary of Land Bank of the Philippines, parehas lang ang tie-up din namin. So kung padadalhan nyo yung Overseas Filipino Bank account nyo, ang padadalhan nyo o pupunta kayo doon sa mga tie-up din ng Land Bank. Gaya ng Jhane Exchange at saka Lulu International Exchange. So doon din po kayo magpapadala. Tapos kanina narinig ko may nagtanong about yung charges, no? Tama yung sinabi kanina ni Sir Eman, pag online, magpapan-transfer ka, diba, hanggang December, libre, di ba? Walang fees, transfer fees, no? Parang meron pang promo because of this pandemic situation, yung fees, no? Pag magta-transfer ka online from your OF Bank account to another OF Bank account or to a land bank account, up to December 31, 2020, waive yung fees, no? So walang kaltas yan. Ngayon, pag magpapadala ka over the counter, pupunta ka doon sa mga padalahan like Jhane Exchange and Lulu International Exchange. Halimbawa, nasa Bahrain ka, bukod doon sa may babayaran ka dyan mismo sa padalahan, di ba? Naniningil sila ng remittance fee dyan Magkano dyan sa Bahrain? 2 BD? Sa Kuwait yata, 1 KD, no? 120 dinar.
1.5
Yeah. So, sa padalahan, sa Bahrain, sa Kuwait, over the counter, meron kang babayaran. Pag since direct sila sa amin, yung pera mo, talagang itidiretso nila yan. Dadaan sila doon mismo sa land bank remittance system. So pagdating sa land bank, ito po hindi namin nililihit to. Talagang may back end charge na 50 pesos. Yung 50 pesos na back end charge, regardless kung magkano yung padala nyo, 50 pesos lang talaga ang kaltas niya. So baka magulat kayo, bakit sinabi ni walang kaltas. Yung kinaklarify ko lang, no? Pag online fund transfer up to December 31, waive yung fees natin, di ba? May InstaPay, may PesoNet. So walang kaltas yan, libre. Pero pag over the counter po yung ating sistema ng padala, via yung mga tie-up ni Land Bank, bukod dun sa binabayaran din dyan sa padalahan, pagdating po sa Land Bank, may back-end charge na 50 pesos. Fixed po yun. Maliwanag po yun, ha? Baka magulat kayo. Ngayon, meron kasi mga arrangement, no? Yung ibang ako ginagawa ito. Yung sinasabi nila, isang charge na lang, front-end charge na lang. Pero kung tutuusin, ang ginagawa lang naman nila dyan, kino-combine nila yung charge nila dyan sa padalaan at saka charge ko sa bangko. Kaya parang sinasabi nila, oy, wala lang charge dito sa amin. Yung pinagsama lang nila yung kumbaga, yung dapat na i-charge kung bangko sa Pilipinas, isinama lang doon sa binabayaran nyo dyan sa counter. Ganun din yun. Kumbaga sa amin, ang sistema, may front-end charge, may back-end charge. Yung front-end charge na kinukuha ng padalahan, pa kanila lang napupunta yun. Wala kaming share doon. At pagdating naman sa amin, yun naman ang service din namin. Kumbaga, hati-hati lang. So, yung ganun lang po ang pinagkaiba nun. No? So, yung sinasabi na all-in na dito, wala nang charge. Ganun din po yun. Pinagsama lang nila yung charge dun sa counter. Pero, paghahatihan din ang padalahan yun at saka ng bangko. Ganyan po style ng ibang bangko. Kami ang pinakababang back-end charge na 50 pesos. Yung ibang bangko, maniningil na. 20 pesos, 150.
Meron po pa one question, sabi po dito. Real time po ba ang pagpasok ng remittance or after something?
Real time po. Kasi pero kami yung land bank remittance system po kasi, pag direct tie-up po namin, talagang within 30 minutes. May nagpadala nga dyan sa 30 minutes, pumasok na from Bahrain, through Lulu International Exchange. Tsaka depende rin kasi yan sa may mga cut-off time din sila sinusunod dyan sa mga padalaan. So kung umabot ka doon sa cut-off time, within the day, papasok yung pera mo. Pero after the cut-off time, baka the following day na yan.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks for asking.
So bumutol sa Kasi ko lang, ino-offer din namin yung account opening like dollar account. Pwede rin po namin i-offer sa inyo. Pwede kayo mag-open yan. Peso time deposit account. No? At meron din kami mga ino-offer ng mga investment products like UITF, Unit Investment Trust Fund. Tapos, nung nag-webinar kami sa group nila, Sir Gilbert, inabutan pa nila yung presentation namin about retail treasury fund. And natapos na po kasi yung offering period just August 7. Sayang, sana napakinggan nyo rin, baka marami sa inyo nag-invest doon. Anyway, dito lang po ako. Sige po, you can proceed. In case later on may mga questions, sige po, dito lang po ako.
Okay, sir.
Just text na lang or sa chat message, i-shoot nyo lang ng question. I'm more than willing to answer your questions. Thank you po.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
In the question and answer po, there are some questions that you can still type the answer. Saying na if nasagot nyo naman na po by live, if you still want to type your answers po, you can surely do so. Yes po. So I think we can proceed for our part 2, technical presentation. Yeah, so let's welcome again our speaker, Engineer Art Isabel.
Technical presentation.
Yes, ma'am guys. Salamat. Yun, nakapag tayo.
On behalf
Ayun na.
of Bahrain.
Sir Gilbert, nabuboring na yata sila.
Hindi po, hindi. Okay.
Kanta ka, sir.
Mag-oral muna tayo.
Oral ay, okay. Kaming dalawa nasa hot seat.
Si Ma'am Grace.
Dance number.
Ayan. Si Ma'am Grace, ano pong trabaho niya? Ano pong field kayo?
Ako, 3 years ko pa lang po dito sa Bahrain.
Kevin? Yes.
Wala pa lang po, amateur.
Nag-aasap pala. Sir Gilbert, baka may ano dyan, gustong mag-masteral ng construction management. Online siya sa Pilipinas, mura lang. Sa TIPQC. Meron silang online.
Sige po, Sir Art. Baka po pwede, makita namin yung kung paano.
Yes, sir. Sige, i-check ko na lang mamaya yung website. Baka kasi bibihira tayong kakuha ng mga online school sa masteral. Yun, sa professional master's degree in construction management. Parang ganun yung course. Online ko siya.
Kasi lalo na dun sa mga nasa Pilipinas, take ko na rin po yung opportunity, Sir Art. I have attended medyo fresh pa this morning. I have attended yung first webinar ng PRC, and it proves yung sinasabi ni Sir Art as well as ni Sir Professor Roque about the career path, yung ating ano ba talaga yung ating career path. Are we going straight or are we going up yung ating career? Are we progressing or are we nandun lang tayo sa straight line? So, ang PRC po, teka, share ko sa inyo yung Sorry, Sir Art, okay lang po ba?
Okay lang. Yan. Isang advocacy din natin yan yung sa master's degree na.
Marami pa
Pwede
naman
lahat ng
tayo.
mga CBDQs.
I have attended this webinar just today lang po yan, 1 to 5 p.m. sa Pilipinas. And the PRC is on track on carrying out the roadmaps on professional tawag natin yan, career progression and specialization program which will be soon next year around May next year will be implemented by the PRC and mare-reflect na po yung ating leveling ng ating career dun sa ating PRC ID. So this is good for especially those who are progressing dun sa kanilang career, lalo na sa master's degree and doctor's degree. Ang tinatarget po kasi natin is yung level 8, di ba? Mostly naman sa inyo is mga ASEAN engineer na, no? And we all know na yung ating recognition ng ating profession natin is currently at level 6. And ang PRC po with this roadmaps kanina, so naglagay na sila that they're allowing the level 7 and level 8 on the PRC IDs and recognition of your specialization as well. So magandang bagay po ito, but still on track, and our individual organizations are doing their own guidelines pa rin naman to come up with the proper execution of this CPS training, CPS program. And ito po yung sinasabi ni Sir Art, yun dapat hindi lang tayo dun sa ating line of natin, di ba? So we are progressing and this will soon be reflected in our PRC or PIC IDs. And it was May 2021. So this will be implemented. And makikita niyo po sa inyong IDs, PIC, say Gilbert, Level 7. Wow. So I have a level 7 na sa aking career path. So please, kung meron po tayong mga opportunity like the master's degree, grab as much as you can dahil napakahirap po sa Pilipinas and ASEAN engineers as well. So back to you, Sir Hart. Thank you so much po. Sorry, Sir Hart.
Okay, sir. Okay lang po. Okay lang. Yan. Yun. So, yung mga interested po, i-post ko sa WhatsApp mamaya yung link ng registration ng TIP. Technological Institute of the Philippines. Dati po akong faculty kasi doon. And, yun. Hindi naman tayo forever na nandito. Ang the best na the easiest na fallback natin is magturo, which i-share natin yung mga natutunan natin dito sa overseas. Tawag natin sa kanila later on will be industrial lecturer. O di ba ang ganda? Industrial lecturer. Ibig sabihin, expert ka sa field mo. Ayun, ang problema lang na nakikita namin sa mostly sa mga engineers na OFWs, wala silang direction. Kung may seminar dito, sige, kuha sa ASEP, mamaya pupunta sa scheduling. Yun, tapos dito sa ACI. Yun. So dapat kung structural, dapat ang path mo talaga ay structural para masunod yung sinasabi ni Sir Gilbert. Kasi di ba, vice specialist na yung sinasabi ko, Sir, di ba?
Vice specialist.
Yan, vice specialist. So, advantage din ngayon yung mga nasa ASEP or yung mga ASEP member na kasi automatically or most probably sa structural sila ma-align. Unlike sa construction management, wala pa tayong organization about the construction management yata, sir, no?
Wala pa yata.
ASEP lang ang merong
local.
Yeah, organized na organizations.
Specializations.
Yes, sir. Ayun, so tapusin natin itong aggregate base. Ngayon, kung ang fallback mo naman ay magtrabaho sa DPWH later or maging consultant, then ayun, karagdagang certificate parang ganito, naka-frame sa mga offices nyo later on kung gusto nyo magpatayo ng businesses, consultation office, o di.
Very useful po yan, Sir Art, sa consultancy.
Opo, yung sa certification. Sige sir, diretso na po tayo sa sa
Part 2.
Section 4.
Section 4.
Sa limit po tayo. Again, familiar na po kayo dito for sure because we studied this one in soil mechanics. Sorry po. Yan. Nakikita na po yung video?
Kita pa, sir.
So, bali po na to, combine na po siya, plastic and liquid limit na siya. Kasi magkaibang standard to, pero dito sa video na to, tuloy-tuloy na. Kasi in actual talaga, pag nag-perform siya ng liquid limit, susunod na yung plastic limit. Same sample po sila. So, try natin.
Hello, I'm Dave Weidinger with the Missouri S&T Geotechnical Labs. Today we will be going over the laboratory procedures on performing an Atterberg limit test. These tests include the liquid limit and the plastic limit tests. They are used to classify the fine-grained portion of a soil. The practical application of Atterberg limits in geotechnical engineering includes soil description, quantitative soil classification, and correlations to engineering properties such as shear strength. The Atterberg limits are index tests, and they are designed how to conduct a liquid limit test and a plastic limit test in accordance with ASTM specifications. The soil that we will be performing the limits test with today is a low-seal silt that comes from the Mississippi River Valley. This silt has been mechanically pulverized and then passed through a number 40 sieve to remove all large particles. For the purpose of today's lab experiment, bentonite clay has been added to increase the plasticity of the soil. The liquid limit is defined by the moisture content in which a soil begins to act less as a viscous fluid and more as a plastic putty, like peanut butter. By convention, this is defined as the water content at which a groove cut into a soil pat in the Casa Grande apparatus requires 25 blows to close at a distance of 13 millimeters, 1/2 inch, the distance of this tool handle. We will need a few lab devices to help us with this. First, we will have the standard liquid limit device, also known as the Casa Grande apparatus. This will aid us in getting the blow counts. Next, we will need the grooving tool used to make a standardized groove in the soil pat. We will also need a couple moisture content cans for moisture content determination. We will need a water bottle so we can add moisture to our soil. We will need a mixing bowl to prepare our soil in, a spatula to mix our soil, a mortar and pestle to crush the soil if need be. We will also need a scale to record the weights of each test. The plastic limit is defined as the moisture content at which a material begins to act less like a plastic putty and more like a brittle solid. In order to conduct the plastic limit test, the following will be required. We will need a glass plate to roll out our 3 millimeter threads on. We will need a rod that is 3 millimeters in diameter to gauge when we get down to 3 millimeters. We will need 2 cans to get moisture content in, and we will also need a spatula to spread and dry out our soil. The documents pertaining to today's lab can be found on Blackboard in PDF format. The documents include the lab handout, the ASTM standards, and the data sheets. In order to produce the flow curve, 4 liquid limit tests must be conducted. 1 test between the blow counts of 15 and 20, another between the blow counts of 20 and 25, a third between the blow counts of 25 and 30, and finally 1 between 30 and 35. As the soil dries out, the moisture content is reduced. This results in stiffer soil. To perform the liquid limit test, weigh out about 300 grams of the provided soil. If the soil is clumpy, you can break it up in the mortar and pestle. Add water from the water bottle and mix the soil until it appears uniform and the surface looks creamy. A proper blending could take up to 20 minutes. Determine and record the weights of the 4 tear cans, which will be used later in the test for moisture content determination. The Casa Grande apparatus is easily knocked out of calibration, so it is important to calibrate the device often. The grooving tool has a block on the back of it that is exactly 10 millimeters tall, the fall height of the Casa Grande cup. Calibrate the apparatus by placing the grooving tool underneath the cup. Rotate the handle so that the cam just contacts the cup. If the apparatus is calibrated, the cam will just barely touch the cup and it will not lift it off the grooving tool. Loosen the set screw on the top and adjust the thumb screw in the back to raise or lower the cup. Thoroughly clean and dry the cup.
What is that?
Evenly spread a moderate amount of soil into the cup to create a soil pad to be tested. Using the grooving tool, create a straight groove through the center of the soil pad. The shoulders of the grooving tool should just scrape the surface of the soil pad. If the shoulders do not contact the soil pad surface, too little soil has been placed in the cup and the test should be restarted. Once the groove has been made, rotate the handle at 120 revolutions per minute, 2 cycles per second, and count the number of blows it takes to close the groove in the soil pad 13 millimeters or 1/2 inch, which is the width of the grooving tool handle. If the number of blows falls between 15 and 20, scoop out some of the soil and place in one of the pre-weighed tear cans and record the new weight for moisture content determination. Place the can with the soil in the oven and re-weigh it again in 24 hours. If the number of blows falls below 15, mix the soil to dry it out, clean, dry the cup, and repeat the test. If the number of blows falls above 20, add moisture to the soil, mix it, clean and dry the cup, and retest. Repeat the procedure to get tests between 20 and 25, 25 and 30, and 30 and 35 blows. Plot the moisture content versus blow counts and determine the liquid limit from the flow chart. With the moisture content plotted in the vertical axis and the blow counts plotted in the horizontal axis in log scale, a linear regression can be established through the data and the liquid limit can be interpolated. The plastic limit is the average of the moisture content when the soil starts to crumble when it is being rolled into a 3 millimeter thread. So you take a 25 to 30 gram sample, spread it on the plate to dry it out. When it gets to a workable state, you can pick it up, start working it in your hand. Start rolling the soil into a thread. Roll the soil until the diameter of the thread is reduced to 3 millimeters. The rod can be used as a gauge to determine when the soil has reached 3 millimeters in diameter. If the soil does not crumble when rolled down to 3 millimeters, further dry out the soil and try again. Once the soil crumbles at 3 millimeters, collect samples of the crumbling soil and place them in pre-weighed tear cans for moisture content determination. Repeat the test enough times so that enough soil has been obtained for 2 moisture content samples of approximately 6 grams each. Record the wet weights of the moisture content samples and place in the oven. Reweigh the samples again in 24 hours. The average of the 2 moisture contents is the plastic limit.
So may computation po tayo sa certification exam. Balikan natin yung last part.
Okay.
The average of the 2 moisture contents is the plastic limit.
So meron po tayong formula in which yung plasticity index is equal to the liquid limit, which can be determined by the first test and minus the plastic limit. Ito yung tinatawag nating plasticity index of soil. And dito sa plastic limit, usually ang kinukuha natin dalawang values lang. Ibig sabihin, dalawang moisture can. Ilagay sa oven, tapos kunin yung moisture content, average ng dalawa, yun yung plastic limit. Dun sa liquid limit naman, madedetermine natin by using the flow index. Ito. Paano makukuha yung liquid limit? Ito po yung water content na nag-correspond doon sa 25 lows. Yung 25 lows ng Casa Grande crop. Ito yun. Ito siya. Kasi based from the video, sabi niya, at least 4 or 5 pwede po siya para meron mang nagkamali na isa, meron pa tayong reserva. Ang gusto kasi natin is maka-obtain ng straight line. Ito. So, halimbawa, 1 sample here, isang sample dito, then third, 4th sample. 4 na sample, i-join mo sila pagkakaroon ng straight line. Ito yung tinatawag nating flow index. So, yun nga, yung liquid limit niyan is yung water content ng sample corresponding to the 25 flows. Ito yun, yung log of number of flows from 0 to 50. So, nandito yung 25. Ano mo siya, then ito yung liquid limit naman or water content. Okay, so balikan lang natin yung procedure niya. Sa liquid limit, ilang grams nga daw po? Ilang grams yung
ilang grams
sample. Sabi niya sa video, obviously he is using an old standard. Ang nasa atin na standards, ang mass of sample na hahaluin mo ng ganito ay minimum 100 grams. So sabi niya, 300 grams. So okay lang kasi minimum naman yung dito. yung requirement dito, minimum 100 grams. Ito, yung sample na i-mix mo by spatula. Okay, then ito, before testing, kailangan mong i-calibrate yung Casa Grande cup or yung liquid limit device. Nakita natin kanina, dapat yung height of drop niya is ito siya, 10 plus minus 0.2 centimeter. Yung distance na yun nandun sa end ng tinatawag nating grooving tool. So
Back of it, that is exactly 10 millimeters tall.
Yan, ito.
The fall height of the Casa Grande.
Full height ang tawag natin. To be exact from the standard, it's 10 plus minus 0.2.
Calibrate the apparatus by placing the grooving tool underneath the cup. Rotate the handle so that the cam just contacts the cup. If the apparatus...
bakit kailangan nating i-calibrate? Kasi due to usage, kagagamit, kasi ito, umaatras kasi itong naglulus ito, so may possibility yung height of drop hindi siya namin sa 10 plus minus 0.2
calibrated, the cam will just barely touch the cup and it will not lift it off the grooving tool. Should just scrape the surface.
First trial po natin, maglagay po tayo ng mag-add tayo ng tubig. Kailangan control yung tubig, no, kasi sa unang dapat yung range ng ng number of blows mo is dapat nasa 20 to 25. Yung sa standard na sabi niya, pwede yung first na mo nasa maximum na 30.
The soil pad. If the shoulders do not contact the soil pad surface of the soil pad, spread a moderate amount of soil into the cup to create a soil pad to be tested. Using the grooving tool, create a straight groove through the center.
Meron po tayong dalawang available na grooving tool. Yung isa, yung curve naman siya, curve grooving tool. Itong gamit niya dito sa video na to ay flat. Okay? So, ganun din yung purpose. I-separate niya yung part of soil dito sa gitna.
The soil pad. The shoulders of the grooving tool should just scrape the surface of the soil.
Kung mapapansin nyo, meron siyang dito, may space dito. Kailangan, ang objective dito, pag pinaikot mo yung crank ng cup, ay siyempre may impact. Mag-close dito sa portion na to, 13 millimeter pad or 1/2.
If the shoulders do not contact the soil pad surface, too little soil has been placed in the cup and the test should be restarted. Place in one of the pre-weighed tear cans to a handle. If the number of blows falls between 15 and 20, scoop out some of this in the soil pad, 13 millimeters or 1/2 inch, which is the oil has been placed in the cup and the test should be restarted. Once the groove has been made, rotate the handle at 120 revolutions per minute.
120 revolutions per minute or
2 cycles per second.
2 cycles
and count the number of blows
revolutions per second. Okay.
It takes to close the groove in the soil pad, 13 millimeters or 1/2 inch, which is the width.
Yan. Pag makita nyo na nag-close na yung dalawang sides na to for around 13 millimeter, stop na po yung counting. Then, i-record na po natin yung number of blows.
The grooving tool handle. If the number of blows falls between 15 and 20, scoop out some of the soil and place.
Kailangan yung kukunin ng sample para ilagay dito sa moisture can, dapat sa gitna. Doon mismo sa may nag-close na part.
In one of the pre-weighed tear cans and record the new weight for moisture content determination.
So, bali ganun po, ganun yung procedure. Yung second trial na gagawin is magdagdag tayo ng tubig, around 3 millimeter ang ilalagay natin dun sa sample. Then, the same procedure po, same procedure for 4 trials. then ilagay po natin sa oven, and then compute na natin yung moisture content. Pag na-compute kasi yung moisture content, ito siya eh. So, halimbawa, yung first moisture content mo ay, let's say, 15. So, maglalagay ka dito ng, halimbawa, siguro 0, 10, 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So, ito yung moisture content na na-compute mo. Tapos, ito naman dito sa x-axis, ito yung number of flows. Then magkakaroon ka ng 4 na plot, na point, kasi nga 4 na sample ang kinuha mo. Then, connect all the 4 points to have this slope. Tawag natin dito ay flow index. Yun nga, sabi natin kanina, the point in which the water content corresponds to the 25 flows based from this flow index. So, doon naman sa plastic limit test, kuha din tayo ng maliit na sample lang.
Start rolling the soil into a thread.
Yes.
Roll the soil.
Una, i-roll muna natin by the pulp para magkaroon ng ball, then natin siya to thread
Until the diameter of the thread is reduced to 3 millimeters.
3 millimeters mo. 3 millimeter crumbs. Mag-crumbs yung sample. Ibig sabihin, maghiwa-hiwalay na sila. And then, kuha ka ng 6 to 8 pieces. Hindi nabanggit sa video, pero ang kailangan mo na kupulin ay 6 to 8 pieces from here. From this sample na na-roll into 3 millimeter, kuha ka ng 6 to 8 pieces para ilagay sa moisture can. Then, saka natin i-dry after 24 hours, pwede nang i-compute yung moisture content. So, dalawang sample po yun, bali ang
The average of the 2 moisture contents is
yes, yung average ng dalawang moisture content o dalawang soil sample ay yun yung plastic limit niya. And then from that, makukuha mo na yung value ng plasticity index. From the plasticity index value, malalaman mo, masasabi mo yung kung ang soil ay plastic, semi-plastic, at saka brittle. Yun. Malala ko, nasa board exam namin nun sa soil mechanics. If the plasticity index is like this, the soil is letter A, plastic, semi-plastic, brittle. Parang ganon. So, ito yun. Ito yung purpose ng plasticity index. So, ayun. Sir Gilbert, nag-perform ba kayo ito nung college kayo?
Hindi yata.
Wala. Bakit?
Limited facility ng PUP. PUP ako.
Di ba ang yaman ng PUP?
Mayaman sa ano.
Ayun. Kung yung mga participants natin na nakaranas ng ganitong yun siguro yung mga nag-aral nun sa mga mayayamang university. Dahil kaming mga tapos sa mga state universities, usually lumalabas lang itong mga ito kapag may accreditation. So, yun pang dapat nating baguhin later on pag sakali bumalik tayo sa Pilipinas at nagkaroon ng chance na magturo, dapat i-expose natin yung mga future civil engineers sa kung ano talaga yung actual na ginagawa.
Bakit parang
Either sa field ng management or sa structural. Hindi lang kasi ang present na natin ngayon sa engineering education, nakafocus tayo na pumasa sa board exam, which is okay lang naman, pero yun nga, paglabas mo, pagdating mo sa site, walang ka-idea kung ano. Wala kang baon. Puro puro jury. So, ayun, no? Yung objective natin sana pag-uwi sa Pilipinas, yan, mga maraming naipon, magpatayo kayo ng negosyo, construction, or consultation, yung mga may passion naman sa pagtuturo, I encourage you na balik tayo sa pagtuturo. Kasi sino bang mas magaling magturo kundi yung may experience? Tama ba, Sir Gilbert? Yeah. So, yun po, bali natapos natin yung dalawang standard, yung 4318 for plastic at saka liquid living. So, nasa section 4 and 5 natapos natin. Ang susunod po ay section 6. Susunod po yung SIP analysis. Okay, close ko lang po itong video at i-ano ko naman yung yung SIP analysis. For sure, familiar po yung karamihan sa inyo dito sa SIP analysis kasi nga kung nasa lab kayo, lagi din po itong ginagawa. Wait lang po. Yan.
Ensure it is empty.
Particle size STM.
Hello, I'm Dave Weininger with the Missouri S&T Geotechnical Labs. Today we are going to go over the laboratory procedures used for particle size analysis. This short video will demonstrate how to conduct particle size analysis in accordance with ASTM specifications. A particle size analysis is used by geotechnical engineers to help easily
It's 4
classify
o'clock.
soils. The particle size analysis consists of two procedures. The mechanical sieve analysis involves the use of a series of mechanical sieves to help determine the grain size distribution within the coarse grain fraction of the soil. The hydrometer analysis is conducted on the fine grain portion of the material. Material that passes the number 200 sieve is considered fine grain material. The resulting curves from these two tests can be used to characterize a soil and used to reject or accept the material for engineering applications. The practical applications of the particle size analysis in geotechnical engineering include soil description, quantitative soil classification, and correlations to permeability based on the Hazen's equation. The devices required in order to conduct a mechanical sieve analysis are a stack of sieves ranging from number 4 to number 200, 4, 10, 20, 40, 100, 200. The pan.
Yes, stop ko lang po dito. Yung sa number of sieves, depende po yan sa project specification. So, halimbawa, kung nakalagay doon ay from 4, tapos may 10, may 16, tapos walang 20, pero may 30. Depende po doon sa sa naka-specify sa project. So, dito sa niya, set niya is kung ano yung ginagamit nila dito sa lab na to. Again, based from sa project specification.
And a lid. A mechanical shaker, a digital balance, and a weighing pole. In order to conduct the hydrometer analysis, the following devices will be required. A 1,000 milliliter sedimentation jar, 1,000 milliliter control jar, an ASTM 152H hydrometer, a soil dispersion device, in this case a shake mixer, a soil dispersion agent, in this case sodium hexametaphosphate, a squirt bottle filled with water, an evaporation dish, a rubber stopper, and a thermometer measuring in Celsius. The soil that we will be performing the particle size analysis test on is a well seal silt that was obtained from the Mississippi River Valley. The soil has been mechanically pulverized. Some coarse material has been added to the silt for the purpose of this lab. The documents pertaining to today's lab can be found on Blackboard in PDF format. The particle size analysis is part of a combination lab handout entitled CE 215, Lab number 3 and 4, Index Test and Classification of Soils. In addition, ASTM standards of the two tests have been posted on Blackboard. ASTM C136 pertains to the sieve analysis of fine and coarse grain aggregates by the mechanical sieve. ASTM D422 pertains to the hydrometer test. Also available is a data sheet for today's lab. A sieve analysis is conducted to determine the particle size distribution curve, or gradation curve. The particle size distribution curve is a plot of the percentage of soil particles finer versus the log of the particle diameter. To determine this, a soil sample is shaken through a series of sieves. The mass of the soil retained on each sieve is then determined. From this, the percentage passing can be determined. Start by weighing out a sample of 500 grams of the provided air-dry soil. Start by weighing out a 500-gram sample of the provided air-dried soil. It is important to mix the sample in between each scoop so that the 500-gram sample of soil is an accurate representation of the provided soil sample. Record the total mass on the data sheet. Disassemble the stack of sieves and brush out the wedged particles in the screens. Do not use the sieve brush on the number 200 sieve, for this could damage the screen, with the smallest sieve on the bottom, in this case the number 200. Pour the soil sample into the top of the sieves. Place the lid on top of the stack of sieves, and with two hands, carry the sieve stack into the shaker room. Load the stack of sieves into the mechanical sieve shaker. Place the shaker lid on top of the stack of sieves. Lower the shaker hammer and turn on for 10 minutes. Remove the shaker hammer, take off the shaker lid, and with two hands, remove the stack of sieves from the shaker and carry it to the other room. Empty the material in the pan in a bowl and record the weight. This material is the material that has passed the number 200 sieve. It is considered the fine-grained portion of this material. This material will be used in the hydrometer analysis portion of this lab. Compute the total retained mass.
I-post ko lang doon.
The number 200 sieve. It is
Ito po yung ito po yung covered na ngayon ng standard na D422 yung sa hydrometer analysis. Yung naunang procedure kanina, yun naman yung sa 136. Ito yung tinatawag nating sieve analysis. So, ito yung gagamitin sa hydrometer analysis which passes number 200. Yung na-retain sa 200 pataas, yun yung gagamitin naman sa mechanical sieve analysis. Okay.
Consider the fine-grained portion of this material. This material will be used in the hydrometer analysis portion of this lab. Compute the total retained mass by adding the individual masses retained on each sieve and the pan. The total mass should be within plus or minus 2% of the original mass. If there is a greater difference than this, the test must be rerun. The percent passing a specific sieve is 100 minus the summation of all the percent retained.
Again, dun sa certification exam, meron po tayong practical in which bibigyan kayo ng result ng sieve analysis, then compute for the percent passing. So ito yun, 100 minus the cumulative percent retained for each sieve. So ganun din sa written exam, meron din siyang computation ng ganito.
On that sieve and the sieves prior to it. To determine the particle size distribution of the soil particles finer than the number 200 sieve, a hydrometer analysis must be conducted. The hydrometer analysis measures the change in specific gravity of a soil-water mixture over time. As soil particles fall out of suspension, the specific gravity of the soil-water mixture decreases. The application of Stokes' law to falling spheres is used to determine the grain size distribution of the particles falling out of suspension. Start the hydrometer analysis by weighing out exactly 60 grams of the soil left over in the pan in the mechanical sieve analysis. Record the weight of the soil obtained on the data sheet. In a small evaporating dish, mix the soil with 125 milliliters of 4% sodium hexametaphosphate. Cover with a wet paper towel and allow to stand for 15 minutes. The sodium hexametaphosphate is similar to laundry detergent. It works to break down the cohesion between the particles so that the individual particles will not stick together. Note, this is a deviation from the ASTM standard. ASTM suggests that you let this set for up to 24 hours. We will only let it sit for 15 minutes in the interest of time. While the soil is soaking for 15 minutes, you can use this time to calibrate the hydrometer. Each hydrometer is unique and will have its own unique zero correction factor. To determine the zero correction factor, lower the hydrometer into a control jar. A control jar is just a water solution with sodium hexametaphosphate, without any sort of soil in the water. The hydrometer will eventually stabilize. The reading on the hydrometer staff from the top of the meniscus to the zero mark is the zero correction factor. Also noted is the meniscus correction factor. The distance from the zero mark to the top of the meniscus on the hydrometer staff. The meniscus correction factor is the distance from the water level to the top of the meniscus on the hydrometer staff. Record the meniscus correction factor and the zero correction factor on your data sheet. After the 15-minute soaking period, transfer.
Yung sa 15 minutes, dyan lang sa for the purpose of lang presentation. Pero in actual, 24 hours po yung soaking ng sample.
The sodium hexametaphosphate soil solution into a dispersion cup. Use a squirt bottle with water to ensure that all the material transfers out of the evaporation dish into the dispersion cup. Fill the dispersion cup with water until the water level is about halfway up the cup. Mix with a shake mixer for 2 minutes. Pour the sodium hexametaphosphate solution from the dispersion cup into a clean sedimentation jar. Again, using a squirt bottle with water, ensure that all the sediment has transferred from the dispersion cup into the sedimentation jar. Cap the cylinder with the rubber stopper. Agitate the solution for 1 minute by turning the cylinder upside down and back 30 times in 1 minute. After 1 minute of agitation, remove the rubber cap and use your water squirt bottle to ensure that all of the sediment is off the cap as well as off the sides of the sedimentation jar. Fill the sediment solution up until it is at the 1,000 milliliter mark. Place the sedimentation jar on a table where it will sit undisturbed for the next 24 hours. After 2 minutes of placing the jar on the table, insert your hydrometer and take the first reading at 2 minutes. Record the reading on the hydrometer staff at the top of the meniscus of the dirty water. After the reading, remove the hydrometer, place it aside, and insert the thermometer to take a temperature reading. Continue recording the hydrometer and temperature readings at approximate elapsed times of 4, 8, 16, 30 minutes 1, 2, 4, 8, and 24 hours. From the hydrometer time history, the gradation of the particles falling out of the solution can be calculated. That, combined with the particle distribution curve determined from the mechanical sieve, will give a full grain size distribution of the provided soil. 1, 2, 4, 8, and 24 hours. From the hydrometer time history, the gradation of the particles falling out of the solution can be calculated. That.
So, ito po yung pinaka-goal natin. Magkaroon tayo ng particle size distribution from the mechanical sieve data at sa hydrometer analysis data. Pero in actual po, ito yung part na mostly na nagagamit sa mechanical sieve analysis. Kasi from here, makukuha mo yung tinatawag nating D10, D30 at saka D60. Maalala ko pa yun, Sir Gilbert, yung pag-compute ng CU at saka CC, yung coefficient of uniformity at saka coefficient of, ano nga yung isa?
Uniformity.
Yeah. CU at saka CC. Para kailangan natin sa kailangan natin sa pag-classify ng soil according to USCS. Tapos, yes, dun sa previous na standards naman, sa liquid sa plastic limit, kailangan natin yon plus ito, sieve analysis result, para mag-classify tayo ng soil according to ASTO classification system. Ngayon, yung from that data, malalaman natin kung ang backfill mo ay excellent siya for sub-base or sub-grade material. One does A ba yun, sir? Or one does B? A does 1 does yes. A does 1 does B. Saka A does 1 does B. Ito yung excellent subgrade material. Yun. Paano mo malalaman kung A1A at saka 1B from liquid limit, plastic limit at saka itong mechanical sieve analysis. So, ayun po, sa certification exam, bibigyan po kayo ng result ng sieve analysis. Result ng sieve analysis. So, yun yung ang data nun is yung mass of sample retained in each sieve. Yung sa set of sieves natin kanina. And then, yung kung ilan yung grams ang ilagay mo, yun yung tinatawag natin total mass of sample. So, halimbawa, sa number 4, is 10 grams lang. So, paano mo malalaman yung percent retained? So, 10 grams divided by, let's say, 400 grams multiplied by 100, yung percentage retained po. Then, yung ganun din, bawat sieve. And then, yung sa percentage passing naman, 100 minus percent retained lang. So again, may standard din na tayo kung bawat set of sieves ay pasado. Halimbawa, dun sa number 4, kung 90 to 100% passing, that means okay siya. So, yun, dun sa mechanical sieve analysis yun. And then sa certification exam, meron din tayong question dun about yung CU at saka CC para sa magagamit natin sa classification according to USCS naman. Based from my notes, ang usually na question naman pagdating sa mga other information, halimbawa, i-correct lang natin yung sa mga timings. Correction lang, sabi niya kasi kanina dun sa 24 hours, itong bago na standard ko ngayon is 16 hours lang siya. Yung sa soaking ng sample, sabi niya dun sa video 24 hours, but for this 2014 version, 16 hours lang. Okay? So 16 hours. And then dun sa kanina, dun sa mass, tingnan ko lang yung sa mas kanina is, yun, yung, ewan ko kung nasabi niya, yung distilled water to 1,000 ml mark, parang hindi ko narinig. 1,000 po, no? 1,000 ml. Yung sa may, sa graduated cylinder. And then dun sa kanina, dun sa hydrometer test, yung sa reading, mag-start ka ng 2 minutes, then 5 minutes, 15, 30, 60, 250 minutes, at saka yung 1,440 minutes. So dito sa standard na to, naka-specify na kung kailan ka magkukuha ng temperature reading para maano mo to, ma-graph ko itong sa hydrometer analysis data. So, may question ka ba dito, Sir Gilbert, dun sa assessment?
Meron po, pero madali lang.
Madali lang. Sige, wag mo na palang sabihin. Yung sa lang kanina, i-summarize ko lang, no, dalawang standard po yung ipakita sa video. Ito yung sa 136, ito sa 422, yung sa hydrometer analysis. Ito yung yung passing number 200. Yung pumunta sa pan. Tapos yung retained at number 200, saka yung mga previous na SIMs, ito naman yung para sa mechanical signal. Okay? So, I think wala nang anyway, yung ipapasa kong standard, meron na po siyang highlight para pagbasehan kita na. So again, dito sa certification exam na to, meron po tayong practical. Magpe-perform tayo ng SIM analysis mechanical at saka yung sa hydrometer analysis. Then sa written exam naman, meron tayong calculation. Yan, so yan na po yung natin, yung part 2. Kasi dalawang test yung isa kanina, liquid at saka plastic. Tapos ito, dalawa na rin. Bonus na lang po yung mechanical SIM data, in which itong mechanical SIM analysis pala is sa isang certification sa aggregate testing.
Aggregate.
Yes, pero bago tayo mag-end, may tatlo akong question, di ba? Liquid limit, plastic limit, at saka itong sa particle size distribution. I-show lang natin yung question para sa ayan to. Question number 4 po tayo. Para sa mga gusto ng standards. Para sa mga nagbibigay po ng sagot, ang ACI questions na tricky sila, so dapat sa units, bantayan nyo yung units. May nagbibigay po kasi ng 120. So 120 revolution per second, which is wrong. Dapat at a rate of 2 revolutions. The 2 takes of the sample at the bottom of about millimeter po siya. Okay, so may .468 965 5468. So It's about
Naglalag pala yung kala ko sa akin. Kasi nag-fail yung internet ko kanina. Hello? Nakamute ka yata, Grace.
Sorry po. Nagkaroon po ng technical difficulty sa internet ni Sir Art.
Okay, dun po sa sa last na assessment natin, sa post-assessment natin, dahil po first time lang ng BIC Bahrain to carry out webinar, katulad po nito, and we saw lahat naman po ng results is passing naman po. And yun po, makikita niyo naman dyan sa sa chat yung aming mga hint para at least 5 kayo. So thank you so much for your attendance. And announcement po before habang wala pa Sir Art, ang IBC po 2021, which is scheduled po ng May 2021, is accepting participants until December 2020 po for the early bird registration. You can contact Engineer Jhane, our second VP,
Yes.
for further details, and you can call her
I-WhatsApp nyo lang.
About the
International
yung process
conference.
po. And wala pa rin si Sir Art, no? And ang PIC National po is still accepting volunteers for the BISMA program. This is a voluntary program for carrying out yung training po ng ating mga students from all over the lahat po ng universities to offer yung anong tawag natin doon na Grace, yung 300 hours na OJT. So it will be carried out through a virtual support, and you can still register, and I will try to track down po yung link, so you can at your convenient time give your volunteering time to teach yung ating mga students sa Pilipinas. Similarly po, the PIC National is still open for our membership registration. You can update your memberships on the link na pinrovide po namin doon sa kanina. And you can continue to support our mother organization to update our registration. This is good po dahil to easily access your information as well as your application for life membership and specialization. So later on, i-announce po ng PIC National on how to administer talaga yung process. So currently, you can log in, update your information, and this will help our PIC National on the tracking of your membership. So similarly, for our members who wanted to join the SPLE 2021, we are planning ang PIC, ang Board of Directors to form the review classes for 2021, which we had the remaining of 48 weeks from now on the next Eid al-Adha on 2021. So for those who would like to join the SPLE, again, you can directly contact any of the BOD or direct to Ma'am Jhane. So you can she can help you guide or reserve your seat for the SPLE 2021.
Okay po.
Wala pa si Sir Art.
Wala pa rin po si Sir Art. Kanina po nag-appear siya saglit. I think may problem pa rin po sa internet niya. But still, we finish naman na po the part 2. If you want po, we can have the 15-minute break while we are waiting for Sir Art for the part 3.
Okay.
Sige po, mabilis na lang naman daw.
Wow, for 4 hours na.
May mga tanong ba? Sa Q&A po natin, yung mga raffle questions po ni Sir Art, to be sent po sa WhatsApp number ni Sir Art. Yung nandito po sa ating chat at Q&A tab ay hindi po counted.
Oh?
Yes pa. Let's have a 15-minute break.
Kain muna tayo. 15 minutes break. 15 minutes.
Actually ba siya? Or tapos na talaga? Alam ko tapos na.
Bakit ba? Next go.
Yes, we have finished our 15-minute short break, and our speaker is back. There's our art.
Yes po, yes. Okay na po.
Yes. The floor is yours now.
Okay. So, may po tayo na plug ko yung ko sa internet. May nanalo po kanina sa question number 4, 2 revolution per seconds na close dapat 30 millimeter. Yeah. Okay po. So yung nanalo po kanina, nanalo po sa question number 4 is Adrian de la Cruz. Adrian de la Cruz po from, I think, Kuwait. 2 revolution per seconds. Distance of about 13 millimeter. Yung sa question number 5, bago po tayo magsimula sa part 3, anyway, hindi na po tayo gaano magtatagal kasi isang video lang yon. Dalawang short videos, and then, ayun, matapos na itong course ng aggregate-based testing. But before that, question number 5 muna po tayo. Yeah.
Okay. Open na ba? When the diameter of the thread becomes, break the thread into ortho pieces.
Okay po, may nanalo na po tayo. Hindi ko pa lang alam yung pangalan. 973. Ang last number po niya is 1989.
Bahrain.
Ayan. When the diameter of the thread becomes 3 millimeter, break the thread into 6 or 8 pieces. So 6 and 8 pieces po. So yun nga, pa-acknowledge na lang po. Yung naka-receive po ng thumbs up, send po yung name. 973, last number 1989. Congratulations po, sir.
Anong name nun?
Mga participants po, please write your name na po ready and then sagot. Para alam na po ni Mr. Art ng mga...
si Engineer Vicente Omitin Jr.
Oh,
Sa inyo yata eh.
congrats from Bahrain.
Yes po. Yan. Ito po yung question number 6. Question number 6 para dun sa standard na 422. Dalawang sagot po ang kailangan ko dyan.
What is the question? Minus 1? What do you mean minus 1?
Yan. May nanalo na po. Sir Ruel Batalon, kayo po yung una pero nanalo na po kayo kanina kaya yung number 2 na po yung kinuha natin. 973, last number 5719. Paki-type po yung pangalan nyo para ma-acknowledge natin. Let's see. Sir Nino, si Engineer Nino, pare.
2 times. 2 times sila nanalo.
Nanalo na ba siya?
Yes.
Nanalo na siya kanina.
Kanina rin.
Last. Kanina lang, di ba? Ma'am Grace? O di palitan na lang natin.
Ay, alam na kung sino yung malakas ang internet.
Sige. Kuha tayo ng iba po, kasi nanalo na kanina.
I-ano na lang ng iba kasi nanalo na yun.
natin yung pangalan. Ito po.
Another question.
Si ano po, si 9734353.
Where is this one? Where I place it?
Type na lang po yung pangalan, 9734353 po yung last number. So determined by mechanical sieve analysis, distribution of particles smaller than 75 micrometer is determined by hydrometer. Engineer Eulogio
Pingat.
po. Pingat. Engineer Eulogio Pingat, kayo po ang nanalo sa question number 6.
Congrats.
Yan. So isang ano po, ang kano nyo, no? Isang standard po ng CP43, aggregate-based testing technician. Okay. Close po natin.
Nakita na namin question 7.
Nakita na ba? Mahaba yun. Okay, so ano na tayo sa last part na po tayo. Last part. Section po, ano tayo? Section 7 po tayo.
Question 7. What is that? Question number 7.
Hindi na, ano po, mamaya pa po yun. Yan. Ito muna po tayo.
Sir Ray. Hello, Sir Ray.
Nawala po ata ulit si Sir Art.
Wala, internet connection. This is the problem, technical problem.
Wala na yung dalawang kasi Gilbert sa kasi Sir Art.
Nawala.
Mahina po ang internet ngayong araw.
Oo nga.
Sa Aggregates.
Parang may problema eh. Nagputol-putol eh. Yun nga ang problema. Yung ano nga, kababayad ko lang rin eh. Putol-putol. Wala sa ayos. Gusto nila increase natin ang ano natin, ang GB. Para hindi maputol. Ha? Gawin mo ng 5 GB.
Hindi na intermission number muna.
Kantahan ko kayo.
Sorry.
Sir Gilbert. Sir Gilbert, na disconnect po ulit. Speaker.
Sir Art.
Yes po. Baka you have announcements or something po?
Yung kanina, yung lang announcement natin.
Si Sir Rosie, hindi ko pa nabigay sa'yo yung para sa ITC. Nakalimutan ko pa. Mamaya po.
Para sa ITC po.
Yan. Nag-inquire siya sa akin. Hindi ko pa nabigay yung link eh. Para,
Sir Joe.
oh, si Joe Medina. Yung link pag-apply ng ano? Pag-apply ng visa. Ano bang sabi?
Disconnect din, Sister Art.
Yes po.
Yan.
After you are disconnected.
Nag-shutdown yung laptop ng PICE.
Yung,
Gamit itong another laptop ni Julian.
yung nga problema sa internet, ang hina.
Hindi po siguro nag-fail gawa ng recording. Yung
Okay.
iniisip ko yung nag-record siya, di ba? Baka nag-overload pa. So, ano pong hintayin natin sa art na? Meron pa siyang isang topic about water content.
Na-mention niya po,
I keep feeling
show 2 videos.
myself that it's true.
Let us continue na lang po kaya, next week. Pwede naman natin
You
Topic
want
po.
yung na lang.
Sa madali lang naman yung tanong mo sa question eh.
yung pong 13, 14, 15, actually ito na yan yung 14 and 15 is bonus yung dalawang yun eh. So yung 13 lang para
Oh,
sa
boy,
last
intermission
presentation
number.
Sir Art.
Don't forget to
Sir Gilbert.
remember.
Sir Gilbert, kumusta?
And
Assessment na lang diretso para meron ng assessment na lang tayo.
Sige po. Pwede na po closing ni Ma'am Gina.
Ha? Closing ko?
Closing ngayon. Opo.
Ako pa ang mag-closing ngayon? Oh my God. Wala yata akong masabi. Closing na tayo?
Sir Art is back.
He's back. Oh my God. Kayo naman eh.
Si Sir Art. Ayun.
Tinakot niyo.
Mahina.
Nag-iisip kami na
Mahina yata yung internet natin dito sa Saudi Arabia.
Opo, saka dito sa akin, nag-fail yung isang laptop.
Issues have been detected that need your immediate attention.
Nagwawarning pa.
Opo, maybe we can resume na next week, Sir Art. Okay lang po ba?
Kayo, isang video na lang naman na. Kayo.
Nagpe-fail po yung, kung kaya ng nyo.
Sige, okay lang naman na next week na.
Sige po.
Yung siya,
Sige po, okay lang, Sir Art. Kay Ma'am Gina na, or thank you, Sir Art. Na lang. Rest nyo na po muna yung computer.
Oo, problema yung laptop natin eh. Laptop. Internet problem talaga eh. Ano bang sasabihin ko? Anyway, on behalf of Bahrain, First Bahrain POD 2020, taos puso po kami nagpapasalamat sa nag-a-attend lalo na sa speaker natin, at saka yung mga previous speaker natin, sino ba nandyan? Si Engineer Turalba? Engineer Pomperada? Nandyan ba sila?
Yes po.
Oo, nandyan. At sana naman, naboboard ba kayo? Hindi kayo naboboard. Sana man patuloy pa rin tayo aatin sa susunod na session. May 2 session ba tayo eh. Sana marami tayo. Po?
Hindi pa, sorry.
Anyway, thank you all. Wala naman akong masabi. Thank you all and God bless. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. And see you again sa sunod na session natin. What I will say. Thank you. Lalo na ka Sir Art at sa mga participating
Sensyahan na lang po kasi
Oo nga, tingnan mo yung internet, nag-ano-ano.
Okay lang.
Nag-ano siya, nag-fluctuate yung nawawala-wala yung kasi nakakonect po ako sa tawag doon, sa phone.
Okay.
Then, bali nag-fluctuate kasi nawawala-wala siya yung
Oo nga, pati si Sir Rio, nag-ano-ano. Wala, mahina ang internet today. Sa Bahrain.
Press, siguro po, picture taking kasama yung mga ibang attendees.
Kung nandiyan kayo, disable yung video ko.
Paki-on po yung yung lahat ng video nung move ko lahat sa sa panelist.
Yes, but we will have a short picture taking. Please on your videos on.
Wait, announce niyo po yung attendees kasi mukhang nagsialis na sila. Meron sila.
Yes. We will still have full evaluation for this webinar and the speaker. And we will have assessment for 15 points.
15 questions?
Wait muna lang sila. Nagsialisan na kagad.
Switch on po lahat ng
Kung sino nandyan, switch on na lang.
So we can see you dyan live.
Sir Art, salamat.
Walang problema po. Pasensya po.
Ako rin hindi ko na-prepare yung speech ko.
Okay lang.
Pasalamat na lang ng malaki. Sa mga nag-aatin, salamat po. From Kuwait, Philippines, Saudi Arabia. Picture na. Sino nag-picture? Grace. Kahit tingnan mo, halata talaga ang problema. Si Sir Ray, nag-aano. Hindi klaro.
Can you publish on your videos?
Cute.
Kaya Sir Art, kilalanin mo na, magsisipag-exam lahat yan. Kilalanin nyo na po, ang dami niya.
Oo nga.
We have 2 page na natin.
Bali yung topic natin ngayon, Sir Gilbert,
Aggregates.
Very important na kapag mag-apply sila as specialist ng transportation.
Okay. Ayos.
Take advantage nyo po itong aggregate base.
Yan, okay na. Lahat nasa na po.
Napicturean niyo na?
Yeah. Hindi pa.
Sir Gilbert, may announcement na lang ako habang nag-antay.
Sige lang po.
Yung mga nag-try na magsagot na hindi napili, I decided just yesterday na bigyan na lang lahat sila ng standard. So, yung mga yung mga nag-send nandito sa ko, paki-ano na lang yung yung email address para
sige po.
Lahat.
Sige, padala ko sa inyo Sir Art yung list nung
Ayun na lang.
registrants natin,
Sige, okay.
nandun na po yung phone number nila para mag-check nyo po.
Sige po, para po.
Ayan, habang sagutan na natin itong
Question.
Paul, madali lang naman.
Yes, na-screenshot naman na rin po.
Para may manalo na.
Nabasa ko yung question mo, wala sang question sa last part. So okay lang po na na hindi natin na.
I-launch ko na po yung number 1 ha, habang yan. Teka.
I strong. Okay. Where?
Hello.
Suwama ko is picture ready. Masama na yung mga picture ka naman
Pwede na po ang picture. Habang nagsasagot. Thank you so much.
Seminar.
Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry for the technical problem.
Oo nga po.
Seminar training experience institute para
Gara-gara. Ipasigar.
3 minutes po ito muna natin. Last time, meron tayong strongly disagree. Sana po makakuha natin yung comment niya kung bakit siya strongly disagree. Para
ma-improve.
natin yung ating yan.
Kunin mo ang
Hindi may ganun talaga para ma-improve natin yung services natin.
Oo naman. Kung walang kritiko, walang
Yeah.
Natural lang yan eh.
Okay. Alam na.
Reynan da.
Yes po, please answer the
Tapos sa
poll.
Reynan.
Available na po. Our first poll is 3 minutes po and 30 seconds.
Kuha na ba ito, no? Kanang tablet ko.
There is one chat po. Ayaw daw po maklik ang choices.
Ha?
Just click the poll tab po or button sa baba. Polls.
We will accomplish apat na platform. Thank you so much po dun sa nag-respond on our program evaluation poll, speaker, and yung post-assessment natin.
Uy, andyan pala si Hi, sir. Ay, Ma'am Juday. Si Ma'am Juday. Hi.
Gina, good afternoon po.
Hello. Wala na akong masabi. Hindi ko na kita nakita eh. Sana na kung sa pa na shout out.
Meron pa yata tayong hindi naka-video on participants.
Ako hindi ako marunong gagawa yung virtual background na yan.
Marami pa, Miss Leonid.
Andyan pala
so,
andyan
para
pala.
makita natin sila.
Si Sir Rodel nandiyan ba? Andyan pala. Na-mention ko pa kanina yung pangalan niya. Andyan pala. Hindi ko man na-check pala yung attendance. Si Sir. Hi, Sir Emil.
Thank ba?
Hindi kita nakita kanina. Hindi ko na-mention our ex-speaker din dati.
End ko na po yung polling. Sobra-sobra na.
Picture.
Polling. Share. Result. Ito po yung result.
Okay lang yan.
Thank you so much po. Thank you. Wala nang strongly disagree na ako. Salamat. Kahit na na-interrupt tayo. Thank you.
Okay lang yan. Kahit pa strongly disagree.
Okay lang naman yun para ma-improve.
So, improve ang
number 2 po.
First time pa natin eh.
Number 2, please accomplish po. Thank you.
The speaker encouraged question.
Ginagawa po natin to in compliance with the PRC requirement in submission of the completion report ng program po.
Yeah, okay.
So, hindi kasi natatapos dun sa acquiring CPD units. Kinakailangan tayo mag-submit ng completion report along etong mga post-assessment natin. Ayun ni Miss Janice Soli. Si Engineer Janice ba? Anong ano niya?
Engineer Eugene. Andiyan nga sir. Ay, engineer.
Ma'am Gina. Si Janice, sir, ano? Wait.
Sir Amar.
Sir Eugene.
Kamusta, sir?
Andito pala mga big boss eh.
Listen po sa amin, Sir Eugene, yung expiration ng kanyang PRC at saka PRC number, ha? Okay, sir. Complete lang po yung ating
Sir Ali Molina from Philippines? Or sa Saudi? Sa Saudi ka, sir?
Kuwait po. Kuwait po yan. Kuwait po
Kuwait. Kuwait. Kayo ni sir. Musta project natin, Sir Eugene?
Di ba? Buhay pa ba? Buhay pa. Hindi na kumagalaw. Matapos na.
Problema talaga internet kahit ako naputol-putol eh. Kaya hindi na ako marunong magsalita.
Yung isang internet, sino yung isang
Narinig naman namin yung boses niya, ma'am.
Ha?
Narinig naman namin yung kanta niyo kahit konti.
Kumanta ba ako? Okay. Kasi nandito yung gitar ko. Minsan pag maboard ako, narinig pala. Akala ko nakamute ako. Oh my God.
Oo nga.
Sa susunod, may intermission number. Kakanta daw si Sir Eugene.
Tuklas yung ating mga talent.
At saka si Engineer Juday. Asan na ba yon? Si cute kong partner. Paano ka na naging partner?
Hanggang ano lang, 30 seconds.
Salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Hindi naman na nagalaw.
Lalo na sa mga ano natin. So hope na magkita tayo ulit in actual. Kailan pa kayo matapos sa pandemic, no?
Exciting yung next na topic kasi
sana magkita tayo sa ITC US.
Oo nga, sa ITC. Ito po yung results. Thank you again po. Ito yung nakikita niyo po ba? Ayan.
Sir Gerby, tinakot mo kasi. Kaya wala nang nag-strongly disagree.
Hindi, okay lang naman. Kaya lang, paano, tawag dito.
Hindi, masaganda yung gano'n.
Sana malaman
para alam natin. Kasi first time pa natin, hirap ba ya?
Ito po, madali lang to ha. Maging naka-apat lang kayo dyan, di na talaga namin kayo bibigyan ng certificate.
Nako, halos mga perfect score yata yung mga nandyan. Mga big boss yan eh.
May 2 bonus na sir, 3 na lang ang kailangan.
2 na ang bonus eh.
Andyan si, Engineer Toralba, Engineer Pupirada, mga ex-speaker. Engineer
Ito po kasi is required ng PRC, kaya but not necessarily naman kaya pinipilit namin na yung names is ma-reflect dun sa chat box. Kasi pag na-generate ng Zoom, na nandun yung yung ibibigay namin na report sa PRC,
Kaya pag hindi nila na-recognize yung name niyo po doon sa na nakalagay sa icon niyo,
Wala kayong
ibang name
certificate.
yung lalabas. Hindi mabe-verify. Anyway, busy sila.
Nandiyan pala sila. Sir, Ma'am Ana, nanahimik ka dyan? Sir Adrian, Ferdinand. Napicturean na sila lahat?
Yung mga iba po nasa page 2.
Yes po, pati page 2 po.
Labas yung mga handsome face para
Iba po, hindi po nag-on ng video.
Sir Ezekiel ba yan? Walang salamin? Sir Zach, hindi kita nakilala.
Parang team look.
Oo nga. Sabi ko, ang nangyari sa'yo? Naging mutawa ka? Sorry. Wala pa lang, ang ingay-ingay ko talaga. Kanina hindi ako makapagsalita, ngayon ang ingay ko. Hala?
Okay lang.
Sir Rosie Medina, hindi ko pa nabigay yung sir. Ano ba yun? Yung hiningi mo. Mamaya, sir.
Yan mo daw siya ng guideline yung sa interview ng US visa.
Oo nga.
Isasagot.
Ay, walang
para pass.
Sir Jan, pupunta ka ba ng US? Sabihin nyo lang kung sinong magpalista, ha? Para
interview.
Kasi nagbayad na kami. Tapos para masali kayo.
Apply pa ko kami ng visa.
Madali lang yung visa, 3 days lang. Dito sa Bahrain, madali kukuha ng visa.
O ano yun May 15, 16, and 17.
Siguro yan? Eid al-Fitr. Nahirapan ako
Eid al-Fitr po. Kasi adha yung laging SPLA natin, di ba? So, Eid al-Fitr siya. May 15, 16, and 17. Yun na yun. Saan yung Friday, Saturday, and
Inaasahan natin darating aatin si Sir Jhane Makadangdang. Si Sir tumawa pa. Sino ba yun?
Di ba nakapera visa?
Si Sir...
Marami daw taga-Pilipinas pupunta lalo na sa main office, head office natin.
Talaga? Oo, alam ko naman sila kasi gusto nila pupunta. Pati mga asawa daw. Mga asawa? Pati asawa.
Ma'am Gina, Sir Gilbert, yung mga sasama daw sa ITC, hindi ba ng PIC Bahrain?
Sino?
Yung mga sasama sa ITC.
Ikaw, isa ka. Uy, si Sir Ruel. Hi, Sir Ruel. Nandiyan pala si Sir Ruel.
Hindi na daw magagawa ng PIC Bahrain sa mga sasama.
Oo, sagutin mo, Ma'am Gina.
Ano daw?
Ano?
Yung sasama ng ITC po ba is cargo ng PIC Bahrain o cargo mo ng gastos?
Cargo na?
Gastos mo ba o gastos ng PIC lahat ng mga sasama sa ITC?
Gastos pwede pagkain, gastos ko.
Ang registration remains $200 each.
Hindi registration. Ang registration na, ewan ko kung pag-usapan natin dito or later. Kasi nagbayad na kami pero pwede ba isabi ko dito ng konti?
Sige lang po, okay lang.
Habang nagsagot kayo?
Alam naman yan kasi publicly naman ang
Hindi kasi ang talaga diyan 5 binabayaran namin.
Lahat naman po ng chapters, international chapters.
5 talaga sir, di ba? Oo. Pero kung susubra tayo ng 5, kasi nagbayad na kami ng 5. Pag mag-share na lang para yung extra na lang magbayad kami lahat. Magbayad tayo lahat yung mag-attend. Kung susubra ng 5.
Ang ibig sabihin po ni Ma'am Gina, ang registration na binigay natin as a chapter, as agreed sa ITC meeting, mga previous meeting natin is 5. So meron na tayong $1,000 initially na nandun sa ITC 2020. So kung 7 po kayo, ang mare-required is 1,400 sana, di ba? 1,400. Ngayon, yung 7 na yon, aalisin na natin yung i-distribute na natin yung 1,000 dun sa
7.
1,000 sa 7.
That means yung extra natin na bayaran,
may babayaran pero mare-reduce.
i-distribute sa 7. Yung babayaran na extra natin babayaran sa kanila, i-distribute sa 7.
Ay, wala po yung extra, yung sa gabi, yung night, hindi kasama yan.
Yung nasa na yan, optional na yan. Yung fellowship, optional yan kung gusto niyo mag-attend.
Opo, hindi kasama sa natin yun. I-wait lang.
Yung registration lang talaga binayaran, yung fellowship.
Mukhang hindi na nagalaw
Gumalaw
7 minutes. Hindi na po na yung bar.
Ayun ko lang nakita pala itong mga participants.
Let us see, 10 minutes
Si Rowell, friend ko kaya sa Facebook si Rowell. Ikaw pala yun, sir? Parang iba apelyido.
Ay, ma'am.
Kumusta?
Nag-iba apelyido?
Rowell B. Oo, B ba? Rowell B ba yung Facebook mo? Rowell B. Si Ma'am May from Philippines. Hi.
Kuwait po yata.
Kuwait? Oh, ang ganda ng niya, barter background. Parang nakakamiss yung tourism, travels. Ganda ng background mo.
Bahrain kasi 3G lang kami. Gilbert, Jhane.
Totoo yan. Ako nga na
Joke lang. Meron kaming 3G sa BOT ngayon.
Salamat.
4G pala kami, 4G. Tama, Sir Jerry Burgos.
Sir Jerry Bailonis, kumusta na, sir?
Yung 4G sa BOT.
Akala ko si Ma'am Juday wala. Nandiyan pala.
Okay lang. Ma'am.
Dito ako, ma'am.
Sila Ma'am Gina.
Shirt na binigay niyo sa akin, tingnan niyo.
Wow, thank you very much.
Ma'am Gina.
Ako
Ma'am Gina, naka-5G ka ngayon.
Nahihirapan ako maghanap ng size mo. Extra small. Meron bang ganyan? Pambata.
Ma'am Gina, naka-5G ka ngayon.
Ako, mayaman Mayaman sa puso. Joke lang kasi walang madaldal dito kundi ako, pero kanina closing remark hindi ako napagsalita Hindi ako nag-prepare.
Meron talaga. Dapat
Anyway, hope sana magkita tayo ng ITC.
Yeah, USA, Nevada.
Si Rodel. Si Rodel,
Vaccine muna, ma'am.
Ha?
Oo nga pala, sa vaccine nga pala, nag-attend ako ng webinar ng embassy.
Naku, huwag kayong magpabaksin, baka maya-maya.
Meron ng 4 na nag-progress into a third phase testing. So, dito sa Bahrain, meron tayong 5 mortality rate na Filipino na namatay. So, sama nyo na lang po sa prayer, yung 5. And sana huwag na madagdagan pa ang kapwa natin Filipino dito sa mortality rate. And yun po, baka po by the end of this year, sabi ni Dr. Ansari ng American mission pa yan, on progress na yung 4 na COVID vaccines.
Saan ba galing yan, sir? Sa Chinese? China?
Meron pong isa sa Russia, isa sa ano pangalan nito?
China.
New Zealand ba yan? Gano'n?
Isa pa nyo, Oxford, UK.
Opo. Okay, end ko na po yung 5 na lang. Yung mayroong 5 na sigurado, kahit di nyo nasigutan
yung ano, apa.
Oh, 97.7.
Ang playing is, tama po yung number 1. Tama po ito. Through method A, method B, 120 grams, obvious naman, 0.1. Islam, little limits. So, maraming nakaano dito. So, last na 5, mamadali na itong number 5. Ha?
Sinong kausap ni si Ronnie? Si Ronnie. Scale. A device made of square is one or conform to the commerce.
Dali lang yan.
Scale, thermometer, C.
Na may dalawang pang bonus.
Ano dapat?
Bigla.
Naging seryoso magsagot sa part 2.
Oo nga.
Kailan may bonus?
Kung sa may bonus na.
Para magka-bonus. Ano ba yun?
Thank you so much po sa lahat ng mga participants. From Bahrain,
Kapag na-accomplish niya,
Si Sir Ronnie smiling kaayo.
Philippines, and Singapore. Kanina po may nabanggit na UAE. We have participants po from UAE.
Meron ba? Shout out from Kuwait.
Last week meron.
Please identify yourself na lang.
Lagay ng tag.
Mr. William, nakataas ang kamay.
Sir Emil, kumusta Singapore?
Lala natin yan, sir. Dito yan. So, you can leave na po after nung ano, para ano pa yung gagawin niyo pa. Gagawin.
Sumasaya
So,
lahat.
thank you so much po. Next week po, 1 p.m. ulit.
Uy, may baby
Next Friday.
Sir JP.
Salamat sa inyo.
Wow, ka-cute! Who is that? Cute baby.
Thank you.
Kaninong anak yan? JP? Katino?
Sir JP.
Saan yan, sir? Sa Pilipinas?
Thank you po. God bless you.
Salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Sir Gilbert, salamat po.
Hope to see you next week. Mabuhay po. Sir William, kumusta na? Ang cute baby girl natin. Sir Emerito, Sir JP.
Very active, oh.
Ang cute ng baby.
Sige po. Ang galing ni baby. Magiging engineer na din yan.
Sir Owen, Sir Rowell, Sir Wendell. Salamat po sa inyo, Sir Vicente. See you again. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Makabalik po kami dyan sa Bahrain. Makadalo.
Oo naman, we will see. Mag-ano na naman tayo, banding.
Opo, dyan sa bahay ninyo.
Oo ba? Hindi lang sa bahay, mag-ano tayo. We'll see.
Kung pag nag-o-taking, balik kayo, o-taking.
O-taking.
Taking saan, sir? Saan?
Sasik.
Saan to taking?
Pag nabuo na yung Kuwait asset, pupunta kami.
Pwede na daw tayo magbakasyon. Sir Vicente, magbakasyon ka na.
Kasama na talaga ako, papunta doon.
Lahat na taga pa rin. Pupunta dito, sir. Sa concert niya, no?
Wow, talaga?
Magilit na ako.
Ingat kayo lahat.
Nag-concert ni Eugene yan, sir. Ako sinasagot ko yung kwento. Yan. Kwento ang sagot ko sa inyo, sir.
Ang dami yata mga taga-Kuwait. Salamat sa inyo mga taga-Kuwait.
Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Bye,
Ito yung mga
ingat.
tagahain talaga namin.
Ingat kayo. Sir Jerry, Sir Nino, Sir Ma'am Josephine pala nandyan eh.
Even po next week,
Hi, Josephine. Josephine, bye-bye po.
May flash na po kung anong chapter.
Pwede, nagkas na.
Next week.
Hindi na ito naririnig.
Naririnig.
Naririnig ba?
Po, individual settings po yung name.
Pwede pala.
Bye-bye. Ingat kayo.
Okay po.
Napalagay nyo ba may magbabagsak pa dito?
Andiyan pala si Jersey Coronation.
Ma'am Jhane na.
Ingat. Ingat kayo.
Pairam ng 5G mo.
Ha?
Pairam ng 5G mo. Pairam ng 5G mo. Basta next week.
5G? Ay, alam mo, nanghiram lang ako sa anak ko. 5G. Marami kaming internet dito eh.
Ayaw, may nagsagot. Nakikita niyo po ba? May nagsagot pa ng scale. Water contact.
Kasi baka hindi sila mabigyan ng certificate, sir, kaya humabol. Joke lang. Joke lang.
Kasama si Robert Fabro, saka ikaw, sir. Nandiyan kayo dalawang Fabros.
Joy na. Paano ginagawa yan sa setting?
Ay, nandyan kayo magkasama?
Yung CPT monitor para maganda yung information.
Si Ronnie, magkasama kay Sor?
Paano ginagawa sa setting yan? Dalawa sila kasama.
Dalawang PC. Bisita ko siya sa office ko.
Ganon?
Wala yung isa, yung kay sa Ronnie na screen, nawala. Yung tao. Lumipat.
Ala, napunta.
Sa office ko.
Si Ma'am Gina, galing ko. Ma'am Gina, wala na.
Ha? Nox naman, akala mo naman.
Dapat talaga nang natuloy yung inspection ng
My heart
Bye.
won't believe that you have left me. Naku, ayaw ko na. Uy, regalo lang to sa akin. Mga 7 years na siguro hanggat ngayon buhay pa Yamaha.
Ikanta mo nga.
YouTube. Makalawangin ako 7 years.
Oh, my heart won't believe that you have.
Napanganak si Gilbert yan.
Ang susunod yung melody fair.
Hoy, matulog na kayo.
Yung pinapanganak itong mga to. Ito si Jesus.
I keep telling myself that it's
Grace, hindi rin yan na lang.
Hindi po ako napupuo niyan.
forget to remember love that used to be.
Lasing na.
I still remember I love you. Hala!
Grace.
Dito, dati gitarist ako sa church.
Huwag mo siya kalilimutan.
Thank you, Josephine.
Hindi kinalimutan.
Josephine.
Special request.
Si Robert Fabros, kumusta ka na, sir?
Thank you,
Wala, hindi ko tinuloy yung kanta ko. Nakakaya naman.
Iyak ako eh.
Kayo talaga.
Nawala ulit sa connection.
Kakain na ako, babay na.
Bye!
Okay, bye na.
Wait to remember kayo.
Thank you. Thank you ulit.
Bye-bye.
Ana, bye-bye. Grace,
Bye-bye.
ingat kayo, ingat. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Tayo lahat pala. It's over. The webinar is over. Oh my God. Sorry guys. Just to finish the webinar because there may technical problem kaya tinapos na namin ang PICE Bahrain webinar. So I think I have to end. Okay guys, tapos na po rin kami. Bye. Ingat kayo. Ingat kayo lahat. Bye.